There we go. I don't think this needs to charge. I should be fine. Alright. Marill Monday. Okay. I should explain this concept. So, it's Monday. That's where the Monday comes from. And Marill. Because I'm going to be shiny hunting Marill. I literally just sat down for like 20 to 30 minutes resetting just to get this outbreak. Oh, and they're a bit shy. There we go. So, I am going to be knocking out all these Marill and then setting up a sandwich and just seeing how many I can get. My goal is to fill up all of box 13. So I will rename box 13 to Wheel Army. The goal is to fill up this entire box. This is all I care to get. I only need one box. After that, like if it starts going into box 14, then I'm not keeping them. They will be traded off to make more Marill Army. They're gonna spread their impact on the world. But that's if that happens. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get started knocking them out. I'm gonna see how well I can count, because counting is going to be important here. I think that's 9. I'm 1/6 of the way there. Woohoo! You have a funny story about shiny Gyarados? Interesting. Alright, I'm at around 20. How was mine? Good. Been good. Oh, hi. Sorry you were gone. You're busy. That's all good. That's all good. No problems. So, 21. Okay. This is going to be a huge task. I can barely keep up with numbers. So, I'm just hoping I remember how many I've knocked out. 5? We'll say 25 and just knock out a few after. 7, 8. Come on, buddy. 31. Oh, it's raining. Have fun. 2, 3, 4, 35, 36, 7, 8, 39, 40. Okay, 2/3. 3, 44, 5, 6, 47, 48. I really should have done this beforehand so I could just start. 49, 50. I'll read everything in like 10 knockouts. 2, 3. Alright, that should be 10, but just to be safe, I'll knock out. Okay, I say 10, should be 60 technically. I'll knock out like, I don't know, 3 more. And then from there, I reckon I'll be fine. Because I'm pretty sure, doesn't catching also count? Because if so, then I should get up there pretty quickly. Okay. Try writing down paper. I've tried that before and I usually just forget I even have the paper. Okay, onion circle. Do you mean a union circle? Or do you mean onion circle? Because onions are kind of a circle. It's not wrong. So on Saturday you were trying hunting Gyarados in an outbreak with shiny charm, no sandwich, and then your cousin. Get sick of it at 7, find 7, call it quits for your Swamp King. Hopefully gonna complete the Kitakami decks. I've been working on my dexes. I almost finished Blueberry. I finished Kitakami, I just haven't finished Blueberry. Alright. I saved. I'm gonna start up Picnic. I have like 5 more Pokemon, but I think some of them you don't actually need. I don't know. Do you need the paradoxes to get the Blueberry completed? Or are those extra and you just need all the other stuff? Because I have everything else at this point. Right. So it's tomato, too salty, I think. I don't know. This is what the recipe online said. So if it's wrong, I'm blaming the internet. Alright. Yum, yum, yum. This should be right. Encounter and sparkling. Yep. Ooh, and tidal power. Okay. Here we go. This is to make up for also the badge quest, because I tried this hunt like 3 times. And every time it was tried, it failed. I don't know how easy it's going to be to spot the shiny. I've never, like, hunted Marill. I've only had it spawn beneath me. Am I doing Union Circle? No, not today. Just because that'll limit the amount of Pokemon I can have spawn, which isn't really efficient for shiny hunting. If I'm doing something that's not shiny hunting or whatever, I'd be down, but since this is a hunt, I want to try to maximize my spawns. An onion circle on layout? I don't necessarily have something like that. I'll have to make it at some point. I'm not opposed to that idea, though. So, is traveling going to be enough to reset the spawns, or am I going to need to do picnics to reset? Don't know. Hello. Hi. How's it going? I found, like, 3 more shinies, Trumbeak being my most recent, just by doing Pokedex stuff. I was looking at like one of those group spawns of like 5 Trumbeak, and I'm like, this one looks like it has a different color beak. It did. Oh my gosh, there's so many Marill. I don't even think all these count as part of the outbreak either. There's just this many Marill. I'm doing good. been working on the Pokedexes. I should be finished, because I think the last thing I needed was Galarian Slowking, and I just got it traded to me in home, but I haven't had time to put it in this game yet. So I'll have to do that later. How can you bite the mosquito back? You don't. Unfortunately. Especially if it's Buzzwole, you're honestly probably not even alive to bite back if Buzzwole is the one biting you. I'll do a picnic reset. How can you poop on the bird that pooped on your car? Well, first that requires you know which bird pooped on your car, which is not likely since they probably did it from above and have probably also flew away. Whatever the past tense word is. Flew sounds like it should be right, but I don't know if that is actually right or if there's multiple. Anyways, you get the idea. But if you know which one it is, then good luck catching it. You can try to bait it with food or something, I guess, but you kind of have to get the bird to get revenge, you know? Fly, flied, flying, floon. The flu. It has the flu. Just give the bird some flu germs or something, I don't know. How do you eat your dog's food that drop? You don't. Because hopefully you chose peace. Oh gosh, they spawn so many places. I have to have like the eye of an eagle to spot some of these. Which is not good considering I am very blind. Okay. We're making a U-turn. Wait, I can fly. I forgot about this. You ate the ham? What? You're on a hunt for Ralts? Good luck with that. I don't know what all you have, but I would hope just neutral, assuming that you don't have anything, that you get at least a male and female, so that way you can get Gallade as well. Or even 2 males. I mean, Gardevoir can be whatever. But at least 1 male so you can get Gallade. Specifically? Okay, then yeah, definitely. I hope I notice this thing. I mean, they're all blue, so they should stand out when they're green. I need to move this so I can actually read it today because I'm hunting. Pop that out. Let load. Okay. You're on the hunt for shiny petal. Good luck with that. That's going to be kind of hard, I think, with how small a difference it is. Unless you're just auto-battling everything. Then I guess it's not too bad. How do you pinch your door back? I don't think you can do that because doors don't have feelings. Complete Kitakami Dex. Hopefully you run into everything. The Kitakami Dex was pretty easy for me. Now, I did have a bit just from the overlap with the base game Pokedex and stuff I had already caught. But it's pretty small and you can get pretty much everything. I don't think there's any version exclusives. I think the only issue would be trade Pokemon, but I already had all of them from other games, so I was good on that. There are version exclusives? Okay. Need the Violet exclusive, Apom and Morpeko. What are the other one? I would assume Cramorant and Gligar then, right? Because those are the 2 I could never find in my game. So I would assume that's what my issue was. Okay, I need this view to catch up because it's kind of important for me. Okay. You got Hisuian Lilligant. Hold on. Let me just check these real quick. You got Hisuian Lilligant because you traded it to your friend and you evolved her in PLA. That's cool. I want to get Hisuian Lilligant. I plan to get multiples of every shiny just to get all the different forms I can. So like Petalil, I'm going to have to hunt 3 to get Petalil, Lilligant, and Hisuian. Honestly, I think the real struggle here is just finding the first Marill. I'll knock out another one just to see if maybe I'm not at the full outbreak yet. You have all the Hisuian stars, non-shiny, that's cool. I cannot read to save my life. Read one sentence actually correct when shiny Marill. I found it kind of interesting that the Alolan forms, and I guess Galarian form for Slowpoke, like the regional variants are actually counted as separate Pokemon in this game and not just variants. Because in Sword and Shield, like Alolan Vulpix and all that, like they were on the same page as regular Vulpix, just as a separate form. But like in this game, I already had Vulpix registered, but it's like, no, you need the Alolan one. I did have the Alolan one already, so it wasn't too bad. But it was interesting, to say the least. And then I also somehow had shiny Alolan... Oh, what's its name? Evolution of Geodude and Golem. Graveler? Yeah, Graveler and Golem. I had those registered as shiny for some reason. Oh, because I traded with someone to help them evolve. That's right. That's right. I was like, I don't remember putting these in my game. But then I remembered I traded with someone to help them evolve, so that's how I had those. Forget who it was. I just remember someone asked if I could trade with them to help evolve it. I don't even remember when that was. I just remember now that that happened. Marill. I'm way too far from the outbreak for these to be impacted. I have plenty of Herba Mystica right now, but I have like just enough salty for the sandwich recipe to get me through today. So in a way, I kind of hope I can just get enough early on to where I don't have to use it all, because otherwise that's going to take a lot of Wo-Chien raids. You swear you saw shiny Ralts, but it was the lighting. Yeah, that happens in this game a lot, and I hate it. I've already seen a few Marill that I thought were shiny, but I'm like, nope, you're definitely blue. I think what really gets me is when they're actually facing me and they have like their ears pointed towards me, because I think that different color is what throws me off. When I see them from behind and see all the blue, I'm like, yeah, that's a normal Marill. Live Wo-Chien reaction. That is a normal Marill. Maybe it's because I don't have Wheel with me. Okay, when I get to like 15 minutes on the sandwich, I'll probably grab wheel for emotional support and all that. Alright. Okay. I should probably be doing picnics up on here anyway so I can get a better view. I can't tell because he's in the grass. See, I hate this. Get out of the grass. I think I just failed one. Hold on. I can't tell. It was too small. Hold on. No, close this. I need to see. Hold on. Was that shiny? I cannot tell. Nah, that was not shiny. And if it was too small to see anyways. I'm good. See, this game does things to you. Some of which you can't really recover from. Okay, I hate how the Miraidon and Koraidon flight controls are. Because, like, if you move the camera enough, like, I've been holding right that whole time. It just inverts how you fly. It's so stupid. I don't like it. Like, I could maybe understand them doing that if, like, you switch the direction while your camera's flipped, because then it makes sense. But if I've been holding that direction while the camera was moving, what makes you think I magically did that to turn? If I wanted to turn, I'd just turn. Okay. Here, Marill. Okay, see, I have no idea how outbreaks really work. Like, I know to do the KOs and everything, but how far do they spawn, you know? Like, how many of these Marills actually count as part of the outbreak? Because there's probably some kind of a limit, right? Like, if I see them outside of a certain point, then I know they're probably not boosted. But it's like, how far is that radius, you know? I don't know. Or is it something where, since I have a Marill outbreak active, all Marill that spawn are boosted? I don't know. And like, since this is on the Switch too, does that change anything, you know? Since more Pokemon spawn, does it just mean outbreaks are going to spawn more condensed? Or does that just mean more Pokemon are considered part of it now? I don't know. Have you told me about Walter? No, I don't think so. Who's Walter? Like Walter White? That Walter? I don't really know a Walter. I'm definitely past 15 minutes on the sandwich, but I don't want to get up to grab something, so I'll just wait till it's over. I'm tired of this grandma. Well, that's too damn bad. Oh. So once you're surprise trading, you trade a pretty high level Duraludon, and someone sent you a watchful named Walter, so you gave it to everyone and got hit to level 100 and he's goated. That's cool. Maybe one of these Marill will be named Walter. Speaking of names, hold on. I forgot about this. I turned that off for the eggs and I never turned it back on because it also made completing the Pokedex faster. But I don't really care at this point. You found the shiny? Nice. Is it male? XP for commenting, that's... Yeah, it's a stupid feature though, because like not everyone gets it. So it's kind of just 50-50 if you're even going to get access to using it. I never get to use it for some reason. There's like 2 places I've ever seen where it lets me use it. In other people's chats, of course. But it's stupid. I hope they either actually develop it more or they just get rid of it. Because it's kind of dumb. But it's a good mark. Shiny duck that is going through a midlife crisis. Is this Psyduck / Golduck? Is that the duck? Or is it a different duck? What ball should you use? If it were me, it depends. Do you color match? Because if you color match, I'd say something like Dive Ball, maybe, to match the blue and white. But, I mean, that's kind of up to you as well. Great Ball could work, too. Of course, it doesn't really have the orange that the shiny has, but it still kind of works. You color match. I've started color matching. I used to just do either Luxury or Heal Ball, depending on which one I felt looked better for a Pokemon. But I've decided to start trying to color match, just because. Although if it really comes down to it, I just use whatever's the best. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White, I like using Heal Balls a lot though, because they have like a second sparkle animation kind of. Because like the opening animation is kind of similar to the Diamond and Pearl sparkling effect. So it's kind of like a double sparkle if it's a shiny. I think Luxury Ball is kind of like that too. But I don't know, it just kind of depends. I feel like Luxury Ball would work better for like Gen 6 animation where it's kind of scattered. Do I have the shiny Rayquaza? I don't have one from the raid event or whatever, but I do have one. Save before you caught it if you don't like the ball. That's a good idea. It's also great to prevent failing. Am I just cursed to never get shiny Marill in this save? Because, like, I've had a lot better luck with worse odds of finding a shiny in the save file, too. Like, there was one time where I found basically back-to-back full odds shinies during the badge quest. And then I'm sitting here Outbreak, Sandwich, Shiny Charm, nothing. You got a Raid Den Shiny for the first time? That's cool. I've never had that happen, aside from the guaranteed Wo-Chien. Basket Region's gonna be a pain to get. How does that work in this game? Because I know stuff like Overquill, you just have to teach it the move and level it up instead of do all the extra stuff. So how does that work for, do you have to still do like the take damage method? It has the lunchtime mark? Interesting. Okay, so it's like it is in Legends. Oh! Hey! Shiny Marill #1! Sweet. Okay. So, Friend Ball match is the best, but I don't want to waste those. How does Dive Ball work? In or on the water? See, that's my least favorite thing about Dive Ball. I'll use Hero Ball to match the Fairy typing. I think that's gonna catch. Yep. That's #1. So, I can update, actually. And I can just change this one, because we ain't stopping the wheel hunt. So, it's in Downloads, Gen 2. Wherever the letter M is in the alphabet. There it is. Boom. Oh. Why is this not up to speed? There we go. Alright, so this is the first one. This is obviously... No. Okay. It's obviously not gonna get a name because I can't remember to name stuff. This is Wheel. You could evolve into Gardevoir. Name it Guidevar. Guidevoir. That's a good idea. One Wheel. Okay, hold on. I need to put something else in my party. Nah. I want Decidueye because I like Decidueye. And I want Samurott because I like Samurott. There we go. Okay. So. Here's how this is going to go from here. Every time I find a shiny, which I now know is actually pretty noticeable, I'm going to let everyone else decide. I'll take name suggestions because I'm catching 29 more of these at least. So we'll definitely see a few more. Of course, if I catch more than 30, I don't know if I'm going to name all those because I think if I'm right about how they treat Pokemon from different trainers, at least in this game, is as long as they have their base name, I think you can change their name one time. I think that's how it works, so if they already have a nickname, you can't change it. I don't know, but for all the extra ones, I'm just not going to name them, just in case. That's the only way it works, because I'm not going to keep anything more than 30. Okay, I'm falling behind on reading stuff. So, you're in the menu when you got jump scared by 3 Psyduck next to each other. Give Curly a Dawnstone. You level up its Gardevoir. I'm gonna get Gardevoir. Okay, Walter is terrifying. Or I could give him Coffee. That's... You like that name? Coffee. I thought Scarlet and Violet was supposed to make shiny hunting faster. I've only found one shiny in the sandwich. No. It's fine. I'm sure I'll get more shinies as the night progresses. Coffee the Peckish, perhaps? Ooh. I love the idea of like having any bird kind of Pokemon with that name, because then you know the Peckish. It's kind of funny. Oh, you know what? Speaking of marks, I'll wait. I'll wait until the sandwich is over just in case. I don't want to waste time. Oh my gosh, I'm glad I decided that. Hold on, wait, no. That's number 2. It broke out. Of course it did. Oh, bye-bye, Marill. So, how do you effectively kill turns? Just use a potion. It's just like Sun and Moon with the SOS method. Bounce. Watch this do like nothing. You tried your best, buddy. What if you try and hunt Swinub? That's a good idea. Oh, I see. The game's gonna bully me now. You know what I should do? I should put like a counter on screen that just says how many I found. Because I'm sure someone's gonna want to know. Hold on. Is that good? It's not centered. I'll fix that. That's as centered as I can get it. I'm sorry. Name it Walter. Okay, hold on. You've said 2 names. Name it PM7 and then name the Marill Walter. Which one am I doing? Which one am I doing? I can't name it, but I could, but I'm not going to. You want Walter since that's the most recent one? PM7 for Swinub. Okay. Name the Marill Walter. Oh, that's not Walter. I assume the same. No, there's still time. Barely any, but there is still time. Okay, it's probably up by the time I'm landing. Yeah, okay. We'll check their summaries. First one. Hasty, no mark. No mark. They're both hasty. What? They're like the exact same. They are the same dude. Speaking of same dude, something I noticed, at least in Sword and Shield, is apparently if you have 2 Pokemon, I don't remember how similar they have to be, but if you have 2 Pokemon that are similar enough with RNG, like all their stats and everything, then in Sword and Shield, it literally just treats them as the exact same Pokemon a lot of the time. So, hold on, I should save before I make this. So, like, what would happen is I'd have 2 Pokemon that are pretty much the exact same, and when I'd, like, scroll between them, it would instantly display the next one. It's just like, yeah, it's the same thing we've already seen. I don't know how I feel about this sandwich recipe, because, like, it is more effective as far as getting everything on the sandwich better, but like it uses a lot of salty, so big risk. Still can't find a giant petal. That sucks. I put the top bread on this time. Shiny Marill, instant spawn. Darn. $28 Marill away from having the complete box. Marill, the sooner you let me get all of you, the sooner we can stop this hunt. Time to make a 3 shiny sandwich. I'm hoping this sandwich gives me more luck. The last one only gave 2. But honestly, I think that's because half of it I didn't even have the full outbreak probably. I don't know. I called this Marill Monday, but watch it be the only one. I'd love to hunt Dunsparce to get the 3 segment at some point. Because that'll be fun. I don't actually have to waste sandwich or anything. Because I am not catching like 1,000 boxes worth of Dunsparce. So what I'll probably do is do 1 sandwich at the end of it, evolve everything, and then if none of them are 3 segment, reset. That way I save my ingredients. You're going to no sandwich, shiny charm, outbreak, Psyduck. Nice. Comment a luxury ball. Sweet. Oh. Golden fish. Honestly, I'm fine with this exploring because I still see a lot of Marill. And it lets me reset the outbreak Marill. Alright, then you're gonna hunt Jangmo now? Okay. Good luck with that. Oh, they spawn in the water too. That sucks. They swim now. They swim now. Favorite pseudo legend? Hold on, I gotta think. Gotta think through them all. I like Garchomp. And I also like Dragapult. So it's probably between those two. As far as shiny, definitely Dragapult because it has the more noticeable shiny. But like, I also really love Garchomp. You're making a union circle? Alright. If anyone wants to be in a union circle and do stuff, there is one open. I'm not in it. but there is one. Marill Monday is Marill madness. I mean, look at all these Marill. I like this overhead view, actually. It gives a great point of view to see all the different Marill that spawn. Of course, the internet disconnected you. That sucks. But you didn't know that Lurantis could learn superpower through egg move? That makes sense. I think I remember that. I don't know, it's been so long since I've actually like studied the different things for like moves and stuff for competitive. But I feel like I remember learning that for some reason. Which is weird. I don't think I ever used Lurantis, but it might have been in a video I watched. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure someone else might be shocked, but I think that's something I already kind of knew. I mean, I don't really think too much about moves Pokemon learn anyways. So, I don't know. Not that that's not like an impressive fact or anything. It's just I feel like that's probably something I already knew. Because it sounds familiar. That would be unfair. There's a reason that's not a thing. That's crazy though. Truly a Pokemon without weakness. How many Pokemon do you have to defeat in an outbreak? You have to defeat 60, I think, to get the full odds boost. The full odds? No. The full boost. Is Shedinja Scarlet Violet? I don't think so. Definitely not, because I haven't had to catch anything for that. And also probably for that exact reason. They knew it would be overpowered if you could have something like that. Oh, I thought that was a shiny. See, the colors on their ears still mess with me. Even though I know what a shiny looks like, I'm still like highly alert. I'd rather think I found a shiny and it not be shiny than just assume it's a normal one and then miss a shiny. Shiny Psyduck isn't appearing. Yeah. That happened to me when I was hunting it. It just wouldn't happen. It did happen, but it took it a long while. Yes, I think so. So as long as you had the team prep. But then, you know, that would be pretty annoying though. Because it makes both users waste a slot pretty much. And that's probably another reason why, if it was in the game, it probably wouldn't even be used, at least not competitively. Because, I mean, think about it. If you did that, that's basically trolling your opponent because that's one Pokemon that's hard to kill. So then how did they get around it? They just bring something that is made for setting up a weather or status or something to try to take out the thing anyways. So then you've made them waste a slot that they could have used, but you also had to waste a slot you could have used. So I feel like even if that was something that you could do, it probably wouldn't see much use outside of like troll teams. Because when you're limited on like what all you can do, I don't think people would want to make that. Okay, I don't think there's any shiny, so I'll make a picnic to reset them. Pokemon with the most base HP. It's like Blissey or Guzzlord, I think, right? I feel like those are the two I've seen with the most HP. I mean, I kind of figured it would be Blissey. Because I've seen it with, like, max investment go up to, like, 800 HP at level 100. Of course, having all that health doesn't really do you much good when pretty much any physical attack knocks you out. Most base speed, it's like Electrode or something. Or something like that. I don't remember exactly. Regieleki, that makes sense. Perugly is faster than the Lotties. For some reason. A fat cat is faster than jet planes. Swinub, isn't it like rock ground? Killing little dragons in the outbreak now. Good luck with that. Hey, shiny Marill! Alright. Name suggestions. Oh, don't run from it. I'll quick ball this one. I'll start catching them in different names. Not different names, different balls. Just so there's some variety to my army. Alright, first thing I see is Jeff. And that's all caps. See, Jeff's summary is rash by nature. Alright. I'll keep those other names in mind. So, PM7 and Egg. Alright, I'll use those for the next two. Hey, I'm 1/10 done. 10%. Hooray. I need more Marills. Yes, this is exactly what I need. Why am I hunting for so many Marill? It's like an inside joke with a friend of mine. Because it kind of just happened one day. So, I guess I'll give the full story. So, it started with me having the Squishmallow of Marill. And then I named it Wheel because of Absolblog's Pokemon in his Emerald Professor Oak Challenge. He named his Marill Wheel. So I started calling mine Wheel. And then that stuck. And then one day I was talking to one of my friends and I was like, you'd probably love Wheel. So then I introduced her to Wheel. She freaking loves the thing. I don't know why it took me so long to think of what I was going to say. Anyways. Loves the thing. So then I end up getting her her own Wheel. So then those are the children. And then literally an event not too different from this, where I'm just surrounded by Marill in game, and I sent the picture, so then it just kind of made up the Wheel army. So now my goal is to get an entirely shiny Wheel army. And I'm fine if this even falls short and only gets 15 or something, because I already have 6 that I got in Sword and Shield. And one of the things I plan to do someday is just leave this little device I have to auto hunt while I do something else, just as like a fun little thing. And it'll be automatically doing Masuda method, so I'd imagine it could probably get me a few more shinies for the army. But I'd like to find a lot today. Man, I've already been going for about an hour. So, I would imagine I'll at least get a few more. Oh, and I'm gonna read this message. I read in my head. I'm gonna read it out loud now. Why am I specifying that? I should just read it. You met a capital G goofball who said that Marill doesn't belong in the Pika clone category with Pachirisu in the works. It totally belongs, because it's Pika Blue. This was literally the playground rumor of you can catch Pika Blue. Pika Blue belongs in the Pikachu clone category. I should have said Pika clone. I don't know why I didn't. This is literally Pika Blue or Pika Green if you get the shiny. Like, this is a Pikachu clone. Like, if they're gonna say Pichu is a clone of Pikachu, then yeah, this is a Pikachu clone. Like, this is just as much of a clone as Pichu is. Like, Pichu's a baby form, so it's not really a clone. But if you're gonna call that a clone, then this is a clone too. They're basically the same thing. Pika Blue is Pika Blue. Pika Blue in all caps? Okay. We can do that. So, like, if I end up getting an overwhelming amount of these, I think I should probably make a video just like that time I hunted a bunch of Marill for no reason. And then the whole video is just some stupid thing of me showing off all the Marill. For real. Like, what is it with Alola? Come on. Alola has to be special, I guess. I love Alola, so I won't say too much about bad. What am I even yapping about? Too much bad about it. Alolan was the best, the purest little guy ever. Alolan Raichu. I love Alolan Raichu. It was so cute. They gave Mimikyu a Z-Power move. Raichu got 1, and Pikachu got 2. Yeah. Who decided Pikachu should be the mascot? Like, why not, I don't know, Bulbasaur? Rhydon? Mew? Oh, I didn't know that's how that worked. You can click the stick again to stop flying. Interesting. Pikachu got 7 new forms with the partner caps. Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised they didn't do anything like Mega Pikachu or Mega Raichu. I wonder if they'll do something like that for ZA. Mega Charizard Z would be insane, and not in a good way. We do not need any more Charizard love. Like, I'm sorry if you're an actual Charizard fan, but like, really? Why do they love this guy so much? Like, if I didn't know better and they didn't put Pikachu on 50% of the things they sell, then I would genuinely just believe Charizard is the mascot. Because, like, okay, 2 Megas. It was the only Kanto starter actually in Sword and Shield's Pokedex. Smash Ultimate and Brawl. Only one fully evolved. Smash 4. Literally the only character from Pokemon Trainer that was playable. Got a Gigantamax for him long before the other Kanto starters got one. I'm sure it probably got more love than I'm thinking. give me Marill. Having 26 megas for the whole alphabet, that would be insane. And again, not in a good way. We don't need that. We don't even need what we have now. Like, get rid of them. Bro doesn't even deserve 1 mega. Honestly, that's unfair. Like, if Charizard is gonna get 2 megas, I think the other Kanto starters should have had 2. I don't know what they could have done. But, I mean, if they could give Charizard 2, then they can give the others 2. Pokemon Flight Simulator. That's all I got. That's like my only comment on this game right now. Just Pokemon Flight Simulator. This has been like my favorite thing to do. Like if I'm bored, I'll just put on this game and just start gliding around for fun. Superman 64. Oh gosh. That is in fact one of the Nintendo 64 games. Some would say it's the best. I don't know who, because there's like, I think there's genuinely less people who think it's the best than, what's something that has like a really low number of something? I don't know. See, this would work as a comparison if I actually had something off the top of my head. I don't know, whatever is like a really small group. Just think of something that's like really small in comparison. And the amount of Superman 64 fans are probably smaller than that. Oh. I think the woes of hate that BDSP got means that the Unova remakes will just be 2 ports, but only for Black and White 1. You won't be able to transfer Pokemon. Interesting. I didn't mind BDSP too much. I thought they were okay. Like, they're not my favorite games in the series, but I don't mind playing them. I mean, I just wasn't really that big a fan of Sinnoh anyways. So, I didn't really mind. Like, play Platinum and Original versus the remakes, I don't really have too much a preference. It's all Sinnoh to me. What ball should you catch him in? I don't know. I found less Marill in that sandwich. That sucks. I've never played Brick Bronze. No top bread. Paldean style. I mean, I feel like the using Diamond Pearl regional decks made sense because it's Diamond and Pearl remakes. It's not a Platinum remake. So I feel like that made sense because if they were gonna remake Platinum, they would have just remade Platinum. But they like selling two versions of the same game, so. I also don't really mind too much. As long as the games are playable, then I don't really mind. Because it's a kid's game. Its intended audience is kids. Kids aren't going to care about half the stuff they do. Like, kids going to see BDSP probably wasn't even alive when the original games came out. It's like, Mommy, I want this one. They're not going to know any different. They're just going to be like, ooh, Pokemon. I can catch a Pikachu. So, like, I don't care too much about certain things in the games. As long as I can play them and get my enjoyment from them. Like, Scarlet and Violet with their, like, weird performance, that was the only thing keeping me from playing them a lot. I was saying something I forgot. Oh, I was talking about Scarlet Violet. Yeah, like, the only reason I couldn't get my full enjoyment from Scarlet Violet was just the way it performed on Switch 1 was giving me a bit of motion sickness if I played for, like, anything longer than 15 minutes. But, like, now on Switch 2, that actually performs pretty good. I actually haven't minded playing this. I've enjoyed playing this more now, actually. So I only hope that ZA at least runs good enough to where I can justify playing it. So I'm probably going to wait a bit. I really only cared for just playing through the game, seeing what it had to offer, and then shiny hunting. Post-game content, I mean, yeah, there wasn't much. Like, before DLC especially, it was just rematch the gym leaders and then do their weird tournament thing or whatever, I think it was. Like, that, honestly, I just sped through that because I'm like, I don't care for this too much. Not my thing. The DLCs, I did kind of like those, especially the... Okay, I didn't like most of Indigo Disc. Like, Teal Mask I actually kind of liked, especially how they, like, flipped around how an old tale is typically told. That was a cool thing. But then I didn't really care too much for, like, the first half, because I'm like, yeah, I'm fighting a Pokemon League again. Cool. But then once it kind of got past that, I started to enjoy that story a bit more. And then main game, the gyms are gyms. I mean, they're in pretty much every Pokemon game. They're just there at this point. But it makes sense. It's the Pokemon equivalent of the different dungeons in an RPG. So they had to have something. So it makes sense. I like how Alola did it with, like, giving us something new. I'd like to see that again. But I mean, gyms are gyms. There's not much story to that. The Titans were cool. I liked Arven's thing. And, like, how he kind of went from very overprotective and strict about everything to just, like, yeah, I trust you. It was kind of wholesome watching his Mabostiff. And then Team Star. I actually kind of like Team Star. It was kind of fun because I'm like, these are just people, really. Because they're not like your typical evil team where they're evil. They're just misunderstood a lot of the time. They're like, they didn't keep fighting because they truly want it. They're just like, we want our boss to come back. Maybe if we keep this going, boss will come back. And, like, it was kind of wholesome at the end when they reunited. It's like, aw, they care. I like them. The Olive, I didn't really mind the Olive too much. I mean, I just kind of accepted it was gonna bounce weird. I was like, sure. That's one of the least memorable for me, or I don't know, it's least memorable in terms of, like, interesting, but I remember it for being not interesting. It's weird. I remember it well because I don't want to remember it well, if that makes sense. I don't know, it's interesting. The Sunflora one was kind of fun. I liked going around and finding all the different places they hide in. Let's see, what other gym puzzles? Iono's was pretty cool. The only thing I didn't like was that even if you got it right, you'd still have to battle a trainer. I feel like it would have made more sense story-wise. Or at least, I don't know, it feels like a more Pokemon thing to do to have that just be the punishment for guessing wrong. But I mean, hey, a battle's a battle. I'll take the experience where I can get it. Larry's was interesting. Like, if you know it, you can skip it. So I wish... That one, I wish they would have, like, randomized it. And have it be, like, per save. Because then that way it actually gives you incentive to try to figure it out through the puzzle. But, like, if you know or are lazy and just want to look it up, like, there's not much to that one. It's just, yep, I'm here. I know the order, let me fight. The Psychic one, I think that one went on just too long. Because I think there's, like, 2 or 3 rounds of that game or whatever. And it's like, what? Why would it not just be 1 round? It's already long enough as it is. I genuinely think it takes longer to actually go through the puzzle for that one than it does to do the actual gym. And, like, it wasn't even, like, a puzzle. As long as you hit the right one at some point throughout the timer for it, then you get it right. So, the challenge is just make sure you hit the right one at some point. The snow one was interesting, but, like, you didn't really have to do too much, just slide. It was a cool concept because it's like you're a snowboarder, kind of. But I didn't, like, care for it too much, I guess. Like, it was fun. I liked the idea of it. It just didn't feel like you had to do a lot for it. But it was cool, I'll give it that. The ghost one, it's literally just doing double battles. Like, that's not a puzzle. That's just fighting trainers. What other ones are there? Am I forgetting gyms, or if I went through them all? I did. Oh, wait, the last one. Kofu. His gym... I think it's funny how, like, as soon as you walk by the gym, you trigger the mission or whatever. Because then you can run around for, like, the entire playthrough if you wanted to. With his wallet just in your back pocket, like, yep. He ain't getting this back anytime soon. So there can be comedy with it. And I like it because it's also, like, an introduction to the auction mechanic, which is something you can do to get different items. So it kind of makes sense, just like a free way to, like, teach you about it. The grass one. Oh yeah, I think I mentioned that earlier. I like the whole playing hide and seek with the Sunflora. It was kind of fun seeing all the different places they could hide. And now on Switch 2 that they actually move at more than 1 frame per second. It's actually kind of cute to just watch them run. Of course, they teleport really quickly to stay behind you, but it's still cute to watch. It's definitely not my favorite Pokemon game, because I much prefer Gens 5 and 7, but this is definitely, like, one I enjoy. And I'm actually glad I can enjoy it now, because I knew when I first played it I wanted to like it, but I just couldn't physically get myself to play more due to the motion sickness. So, again, now that Switch 2 update makes this perform better, I love it. Again, not my favorite, but I do love it. Especially for shiny hunting. It definitely makes shiny hunting a lot more accessible. Just because of how many Pokemon you can see. And then, of course, once you get, like, Shiny Charm and Sandwich Boost, like, you can get some pretty good odds. I say that as I have not found a Marill since, like, halfway through the last sandwich. But I still think it's fun. Of course, this running at 60 frames per second now kind of makes it hard to go back to some of the other Switch games, because then those don't run at 60, so it's like, oh, right. So then it just kind of throws me off. It would have been nice if they would have given us updates for some of the other Pokemon games. But I can see why they didn't. Scarlet and Violet are the newest ones. That's all they care about supporting right now. Your phone's bugging? That sucks. Maybe if I actually stayed where the outbreak was, I'd find more shinies. Have I ever considered that? Ooh, another Marill. I say another Marill, as if I haven't seen plenty of Marill already. I'll catch this one a luxury ball if I can. Okay, what was the other name? PM7, I think, was what I said I'd do next. So this will be PM7. I'll check it after the sandwich is done. Oh, here we go. I should maybe consider just not running around and just only stay in this area. Because if I do this, the Marill are more, like, centralized. It's easier to keep up with all of them. Yeah, I don't know why I wasn't doing this earlier. Is that a shiny Marill all the way over there? Yes, it is. Eagle-eyed. Eagle-eyed. Are you kidding me? I'll catch her in a Premier Ball. I was like, I saw green moving over there, and I don't think that was the grass. Hold on. I just realized I bumped that up on accident. There we go. Oh, now it's just not gonna be centered at all. Sweaty phone. Alright, and this one will be egg. Where do you want to send the egg? No mark. It's gentle. I don't know why I checked it on that one. Darn, no back-to-back. Oh. I love this game. Oh, wait. What is that guy doing there? It ain't time for the sandwich to end. Okay, I gotta check over here now because that one Marill. I'm now paranoid that if I don't check that way, it's not gonna end well for me. I'll never hear the end of missing a shiny. They're slowly popping into existence. The little children. I love them so much. You're back. You might have missed a few Marill. I don't know. I just found two, like almost back to back. I found one finally after like a little drought. And then I was looking up this way. I'm like, huh, I see something that looks like green moving. And it was green and it was moving. It was a shiny. Have any mods showed up? No, not yet. And I don't expect them to. Which is fair, because, like, one shows up later anyway. One just kind of shows up at random. It's up in the air if we'll see one of them. And then the other one I think is going through something right now, so I don't expect anyone to be here anytime soon. I'd give it at least 2 hours. Or grizzly bear? What? Was that something I missed? Or is that like a thing? I'm confused. Last stream chat? No, I don't remember actually. Someone said raw, I'm a human. Oh. I think I remember that. So now you identify as a grizzly bear? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. last stream as well, but you know what else is wild? Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Okay, I couldn't tell if that one was shiny over there or not. I like had to do a full lean and like open my eyes wide to even try to see it. I don't think there's any shinies. So I picnic and do it again. It's back? What's back? But you've learned. The sauce is back? No, it's not. That's just an urban legend. Hello, Oliver. How's it going? I need to start addressing people by name more. I typically just say hi. Or if it's at like the start when a big wave of people come in or whatever, I just use generalized. And just say hi in general. You can fight it, you better. You've defeated it, it has perished. Also, welcome back. I don't know if I said that out loud. I said it in my head, I just don't know if it came out of my mouth. See, that's something funny. It's like my little quirk. I'll think something and then have no idea if I actually said it. Like, I get an instant wave of amnesia. Like, I'll think something and then be like, I know I just had that thought. Did that actually happen? Have I got Froakie? Not as a shiny. I haven't hunted it yet, but I do have it. Well, I guess Greninja now because I've been working on Pokedex stuff. Anyone Basky Legion? Oh, hey, it's Mike Kip. We were talking about mods earlier and how it was unlikely, but we see one anyways. Did I say that, or I think I said that? That's me 24/7. 13-hour stream? No. I don't have the Herba Mystica to afford that. I specifically have enough to do a 5-hour stream. 5.5 if I'm feeling like it. But after that, I'm out. But I only bought enough tomatoes to make it to 5 hours, so if I went longer than 5 hours, it would have to be some other thing. An 1873-hour stream? I prefer not. Prefer not to. Like the Pokemon. You gonna play some Unite now? I haven't played Unite in so long. I want to get back into it, but it's like, I'm pretty sure if I tried to get back into Unite, I'd probably be way worse than everyone who actually plays. So I'm just gonna get dunked on. You're gonna implode now? Okay, have fun with that. So you're like the Titan sub, right? The Titan sub? The Titanic sub. I don't know why I said Titan. Unless that was what it was called, and that's why I said that. I don't know. Gonna be like the Titanic sub. So what new? Hunting Marill. I found 5 already. The goal is 30. So I'm just trying to see where this goes. I already have 6 in Shield, I believe, is the game I have them in. From Masuda Method. But my goal again is 30, so I'm just trying to see how many I can get tonight. Shiny hunting or just hunting? Just hunting. I specifically want the Marill. I'm hunting Marill. Recent Marill nature. Oh, that's right. That's right. I didn't check all these boxes. Okay, so how many did we find that sandwich? I think PM7. PM7 was naive. And then egg is gentle. Also, egg was funny because it did the thing where it said, what would you like to do with the egg? What would I like to do with the egg? Ow, I just blinded myself. How tall can I make this tomato tower? This is a goofy sandwich. I love it. That does not look like it would be tasty. You know exactly how eating that would go. You'd try to grip it and then, like, to even take a bite out of the bread for the most part, even though you're getting a mouthful of bread. Like, you're having to eat it in a way to where it, like, seesaws in or whatever, and you just... Oh my god. And then all the tomatoes are going to slip and slide through the back of the sandwich. So then you're just going to end up with a bread sandwich with a little bit of tomato juice on it. You're gonna put like 5 servings of tomato and see how tall you can get it? That sounds like a fun idea. Is there anything taller? I feel like hamburger might be thicker. I don't know, that's just what I would think. I don't know, whatever the thickest thing is when you set it down. Oh, but then, no, because when you pick hamburger, you only get 1 hamburger patty. When you pick tomato, you get 3, so the 3 would be thicker still. Yeah. So yeah, I finished playing through the game not too long ago. I did a badge quest over the past month, roughly, is how long it's been since the first shiny of that. I'm working on editing all of that together right now for a video. It's going to be a long video though, so no idea when it will actually release. In fact, I'm willing to bet this Marill video will come out first. Just because, in terms of effort, like, this is literally just, haha, I hunted Marills on stream once. And then just a compilation of all the shiny Marill reactions. But like that, I have to go get all the streams and everything to put together. And it's a longer video in general, so I don't know when that's going to release. But it will at some point. But yeah, and then I played through the post game right after I finished. But that was off stream. I did the DLC stories both in one day. And then I've been working on the dexes recently, and I've done both of the... Because I already had Charm for this game because of my living dex, but I didn't have the DLC Pokedexes, so I've done both of those in one day pretty much. I'm almost done with the Blueberry one, but I'm not going to try to finish that right now. You did the whole Scarlet Violet story in one night? That's insane. And DLC? That's insane, because that's, like, how many hours of story did you have to sit through then? Because, like... Because... the DLC, like... I used my playthrough... not really... I just kind of picked my favorite Pokemon I already had, trained them to level 100, and sped through. I mean, for the Kitakami story, so Teal Mask, I did that in about 2 hours. And then Blueberry Academy stuff and Indigo Disc, that took a little bit longer because of Drayster, or Drayton. Drayster is just what he says for, like, the Drayster take. I think his name is Drayton or something. I don't know. His gave me the most trouble because I did not feel like actually putting thought and effort into catching Pokemon from the terrarium just for his thing. So I just caught, like, 4 Beartic, trained them up to level 100, and just spam Blizzard. It worked. It's 231 hours now. 1,000 on the way. Took you 2 weeks for the main story, then 1 week for both DLCs. Interesting. Oh, wait. Now for the real Drayster take. Shiny Marill. Dive Ball. Oh. See, I was gonna try that, but I was bored and felt like trying something different anyways. Drayster, I was considering that. I mean, it's female, so... Oh, well, I messed that up. We'll rename it later. Just remind me that that one's Drayster. When I get back to him, like, why does this one not have a name? I promise I will name it Drayster. I just forgot how backspace works. You have all Pokedexes in all game? That's incredible, actually. I don't think I've ever done that. I mean, which ones have I done? I've done both X and Y and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, like their entire national decks. Most of it exclusively through Wonder Trade. I actually remember doing that as well. So, going back to Absolblog's Pokemon, he did, I believe it was an X and Y where he did his, where he did Wonder Trade only to get, like, every Pokemon. And I was kind of inspired by that. So I remember, like, some days in school, we would have classes where the teacher was out or whatever, and they couldn't get subs. So any teacher who was out would just send their students to the gym. So I remember, like, connecting my 3DS to my phone's hotspot just so I could do Wonder Trades. So I'm sitting there doing Wonder Trades in the school gym, like, nobody pay attention to me. I eventually ended up, through combination of Wonder Trades, GTS trades, and also just doing some grinding on my own, I did end up getting all the Pokemon I needed to get the Shiny Charm. Then I took it on in a much more reasonable fashion in X and Y. Sun and Moon, I did complete because I had already done Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and had living decks. Although I haven't really done much with Original Sun and Moon. I'd like to replay it at some point. I think my save file is set up for a replay. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon I have in both my copies right now. But I don't know how much longer that'll last, because I plan to hunt all the legendaries, or as many as I can right now. And then once I end up getting 4 3DSs and 4 copies, so I need another Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I'm going to reset everything and go for like a trial quest or whatever, or at least just hunt the starter. And then once I end up finishing the game, I'll get Charm on all those games again, and then hunt the rest of the legendaries. I think that'll be fun. Sun, Moon. I'm trying to remember, because I kind of like alternated between all 3. My first playthrough of Ultra Sun, I picked Rowlet. In Ultra Moon, I think I picked Litten. Because I'd already done Rowlet like 3 times playing through Ultra Sun. So I was like, I want to try something different. Let me pick a different starter. Then I think when I played through Moon, Original Moon, I was like, I haven't used Poplio. So then I tried it, but I got like barely into the story. I'm like, I don't like Poplio. So I reset the game and picked a different one. Don't remember which one I picked. 3DS did hit different. Like, the DS era of Pokemon, so from Gen 4 to Gen 7, honestly was like the golden era of Pokemon in my opinion. Of course, I don't have too fond memories of Gen 4. Like, I've played Platinum, but that's about it. Like, I played Platinum, I hunted Giratina. There's not much left for me to do in those games, at least that I really want to do. But like Black and White, those are my favorites, and at some point I'd like to get Black 2, White 2 as well, because I think they can be fun for shiny hunts at some point. I really need to finish this, because I started forever ago, a Dream Team quest in Black and White, and the first hunt of that was Oshawott, because I love otters. Oshawott's my favorite starter, and you know, all that good stuff. So I started that. I still haven't even got the shiny starter yet, because I haven't really been doing that hunt much. And of course, right now my issue is my other 3DS. Like, it works fine, so there's no reason not to use it. It's just the screen. What is that black bar thing that keeps popping up? What? Is that shade? Because the game doesn't know how to shade properly? I don't know. Yeah, like, the bottom screen is having a few issues on it. So I want to get a new screen to fix that. I don't think that should be too expensive, but I'll have to look into that and see. But at some point I would like to pick that up. Bum, ba-dum, bum. You played Pokemon Ranger? I've seen stuff about Ranger, but I've never played it. It never really interested me after I heard about it. So, I guess that's probably why I haven't played it. I mean, I'm sure at some point when I have less games that I'm actively trying to play through, I'll consider playing a Ranger game. But for now, I'm just not really too interested in going for it. Who we picking in ZA? I'm picking Chikorita. See, I am, like, the #1 person in my friend groups. Of course, I'm only really in, like, one friend group. The rest are just individual friends. But, like, in my friend group, I am pretty much the one person that, without a doubt, will probably give you the hottest hot take as their preference. Like, favorite gimmick. You know, all my friends would probably be like, Megas, Terrestrialization, Gigantamax. And I'm just sitting here like, I like the Z moves. They're kind of cool. I like Z moves. I like a lot of the games people don't care too much for, like BDSP. Sure, I'm fine with them. It's more accessible to me because, I don't know, like if I'm going to play a Gen 4 game, or at least something Gen 4 in air quotes, because BDSP is technically Gen 8. Like, I probably would pick BDSP sooner because it's like, I just like playing it. Nothing wrong with the DS ones, but like, I played Platinum, I loved it. But like, if I'm in the mood for Diamond and Pearl specifically, I'm probably gonna play them as BDSP because, I mean, why not? Might as well. I also very frequently, okay, what am I, 2 and can't say my R's? No offense if you can't say your R's, by the way. I too had my moment of being forced to say Wayne Dwop. Anyways. Actually, I forgot what my anyways was. Oh yeah. Most of the time I'll end up buying both versions at some point. Like, I had Sword originally, but then I asked for Shield, and then, you know, now I kind of just play both versions. I have Sword on my other Switch. And then, like, what's another one? I mean, Scarlet and Violet, not really. I'm borrowing my sister Scarlet. Sun and Moon. I originally had Ultra Sun, but then I ended up getting Ultra Moon as well. So now I have both of those. I have Black and White just because those are my favorite games, so of course I have both. At some point, I plan to get Brilliant Diamond to go with my Shining Pearl for double hunts in those games. Because I'm actually interested in doing a few hunts in those. Even if it's not much, I want to at least give it a shot. Because I didn't really give those games their fair chance when they were out. There's so many swine up there coming for you. Oh no. There's a lot of Marill, but they don't seem too interested in me. Can I get another shiny? It's hard to tell on some of these from far away if they're shiny or not. You have Shining Pearl, not Brilliant Diamond. Yeah, I got Shining Pearl because I just typically pick the second version. I don't know if that's like an unpopular opinion for Pokemon. I think that's just a 50-50 and personal preference, but I typically pick the second version now. Because I started on Sword, eventually migrated to Shield. I started on Ultra Sun, eventually migrated to Ultra Moon. And then from there, I've pretty consistently picked the second version. Like Black and White, even though I love them both, White is typically what I play more. What was another one? I mean, Platinum is a third version that doesn't do much. Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. I promise you, if it was shiny, I do not care. I have 5 already. It's not the end of the world if I lose one. And also, it's very hard to tell, because like that one I just went at, that kind of looks shiny going up to it. So, I don't really think too much about which ones are shiny or not. Because it's like obvious shiny. So, I'm saying you're like, that one kind of looks shiny, but I'm going to know when I see the shiny. See? I know when I'm going to see the shiny. Right there. Shiny Marill, number 6. What ball? What ball? Dusk ball? Question mark? I think we go for dusk ball. Properties. Okay. So that is 1/5 of the way done, I believe. Name it Reshiram? Okay. Is this gonna, like, stop me for some reason because I'm naming it a different Pokemon? It's a Reshiram. Kaka! I'm a Reshiram. I am so far away from the outbreak right now. Where am I going? I'm scared of the water ones, because I know those can be... When I get Reshiram, I have to name it Wheel or Marill. Okay. I'm down for that idea. Get away from me. Wheel. They're trying to corner me, and I don't like this. I'm literally just trying to peacefully make sure none of these are shiny. Well, actually, I'm trying to make sure one of them is shiny. Because I want a shiny. Shinies are fun. I think I'm good. Boogie, woogie, boogie, woogie. Okay. Lock in. Marill. Honestly, if any are going to spawn shiny, I'd assume they'd be just right here. Because that's where the outbreak is. Oh, I need to name one Pika-Blue. Oh, well, that wouldn't work, though, because it would be green. So would it be Pika Green, or are we doing it in spirit of the fact that it would be Pika-Blue? You spotted your full odds one in water. It's pretty noticeable. I mean, yeah, it's not so much about it being noticeable or not. It's more so the fact that, like, I'm not thinking right now I should check in the water to see if there's a shiny. Because then I have to go over here, peek in the water, be like, okay. Okay. And then walk away, you know? It's less of not thinking I'll notice it. More of just I don't want it to be there, because there's a good chance if it spawns there, I'm not even going to check if it is over there. It's interesting not having like a shiny sound. I feel like that would be interesting to have. I just remembered Drayster that I have to name. Oh. Speaking of Marills, here's another one. This one isn't Drayster. Okay. Friend ball? How does this work? More friendly towards you immediately after it's caught? Sure, why not? I'll update the counter. That's 7. I'm not using another friend ball on you. Sorry, bud, but you are not worth all that. Netball. I haven't used one yet. Watch me on a plane. Wow. Ow. Poked my eye. Okay. Why are we naming this one? Can't be Drayster. Even though I was talking about Drayster, that was the other one. I want to name one Sassy, but I need it to be sassy natured. It's bold. Okay. So I owe that one a name as well. See, that's the unfortunate part about naming them. Is I don't get to see their nature, so I can't really make sure I have sassy. Sassy and classy. That could have been classy. Aw. Dang it. Name it 30. You'll be back in 30? Okay. Green pea. Alright, I can name one green pea. I'll name that one green pea once the sandwich runs up. So I have Drayster and green pea. I'll type these into my little chat box so I remember. Okay. We got those put in so I'll remember that I'm actually supposed to be naming these. Sassy and classy are gonna happen, that's for sure. I'm not looking for mods right now. So, not right now. But at some point, I mean, if you're around often and I get to trust you, then maybe I'll consider adding you at some point. But I just don't need any right now. This music makes me want a boogie. Grubhub perks give you deals on the food you love. Kind of deals that make you want a boogie. I remember when that was like everywhere. And like I could not escape it. Like everywhere I looked, that was something I saw. You like Chatot? Chatot's cool. What do you need to stream? Are you asking in the case of like what is required to be able to do a stream of your own? Is that what you're asking? Okay, so first thing you're gonna need is something like OBS. There's regular OBS and I think there's Streamlabs OBS. I use regular, but I don't think it matters too much aside from like the interface. And then you're going to need a mic of some kind. If you're on like a laptop, then it should have a mic built in. Probably not the best quality, but it's something. And of course, if you're on computer, you probably won't have one. You'd need to get your own. Okay, you have PC. You would probably need to get one unless you already have one. I don't know what situation you're in. And then optional, if you plan to have like a face cam or something, then you'd need a webcam. And that actually ties in specifically the one I have. I don't know what kind it is, but it does have a microphone built in. So technically, you could even just get away with using that. It's not going to sound the best, but it gives you something to work with. And then I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. You'd probably need like a YouTube tutorial or something to like watch how to set everything up. But once you set up a mic and everything, you're good as far as that goes. And then it's just kind of what you plan to do. Like if you plan to do like crafts, TCG, whatever it is you plan to do, like if it's something that requires people to see like the real world stuff, then webcam. Because that would be like if you're doing TCG, so you can show off the cards. Or if you're making stuff, you can show people like the steps of making or whatever. Pokemon? Okay. So like the games, because for that you're going to also need a capture card. And if you don't feel like spending a lot of money, because a lot of people say Elgato and stuff because it's like the best brand and everything, but those are also kind of expensive. So honestly, if you go on like Amazon or something, you can find pretty cheap ones for like $20 to $30. That's what I did, at least for the two I have. And of course there's two kinds, so it kind of depends on what kind you want. Because there's ones like I have as my two main ones where they're like a full on setup of you plug in the HDMI in and then you hook it up with USB to your computer. And then they also have a pass-through, so you can also hook it up to your regular screen like I have it for me. So I'm still playing through the screen I play through normally, but it also captures the video so I can like stream it and stuff. There's also ones like the one I use for my laptop, which is just like a normal USB stick, but at the end of it has an HDMI in. That only lets you play it through the OBS view. But it still works. I need to name these real quick. So Drayster and Green Pea. And either of you marked or anything? Nope. Yeah, you can totally suggest names. I'm still open to that. Wait, I need to save. I need to clean my room more. I've been working on cleaning because I had a lot of junk. I just set up a picnic and didn't do anything. Wow. I had a bunch of junk in here. I started taking it out to make things cleaner. But yeah, I gotta still clean like the floor and stuff. Why does the sandwich look like it's about to combust? Melon is a good name. I like that name. I'll definitely name one Melon. Making a Pokemon region? That's cool. I've been wanting to start on work for like a custom Pokemon region. I just haven't had the time to do it because I've been busy with other projects. But I'm sure once my schedule frees up, I'll definitely be able to actually think about that more. I remember back in like 8th grade, I think it was, I had this whole concept for a fake Pokemon region. Well, most of the Pokemon region. I didn't have everything planned out at the time. But like, I had glued or taped, I forgot which. Probably tape, actually. I like taped together about 3, 4, 5, probably more like 4 to 5 sheets of paper. Like, I taped them all together in a way they'd all fold up properly and all that. So I could, like, draw out the map for the region. And I did that. I drew a whole map on those papers. And, like, I drew it out. I planned the gyms. I put where they were, what their types were. And I tried something interesting where each gym leader was dual typed. So they all had, like, 2 specialties. It was an interesting concept at the time, but I also had to like pick good typing combinations because the idea was for their team, they would have like half of their team would be one of the typings, half would be the other typing, and then their ace would be a Pokemon of both typings combined. So of course I had to be careful because I didn't want overlap, but when you have 8 gyms and each one gets 2 typings, you know, that leaves like 2 leftover typings. And honestly, even 1 if it was set before X and Y, which it obviously wasn't, but you know. So I had to do a lot of planning to make sure every gym leader got to have a dual typing that actually existed. And I didn't think too much about making new Pokemon. It was more like an alternate take on like Gen 8. So I didn't think too hard about making new stuff. I was just like, let's just say it's an alternate timeline where this is what we got as the game. Your fire starter, I can't read. Fire starter is a snake, your water starter is a fish, and the grass is a lizard. That's cool. So is this Pokemon region of yours like based on anything specifically, or is it just a custom Pokemon region? Snake, fish, and lizard. I don't know, is that like Chinese zodiac or something? I don't even know what animals would be on that even. I just remember there was like the theory or whatever that fire starters followed that, and then it's like, well, that can't be true anymore unless we really want to stretch what Foy Coco is. Scales. Oh. Gex. That lizard. Oh, that's right. Why doesn't it just take me off the Pokemon then? Like, okay, I acknowledge the fact that I can't do that. But then, can you at least fix it for me? Oh, I saw ears peeking over the mountain, but it wasn't a shiny this time. Interesting. The concept I had for one, at least the one I want to make, is based on Persona 4. Because I just think it would be interesting to design. Because, you know, Inaba region, you get that for free because it's literally just based on Persona 4. And, like, the gyms would be, like, gym leaders would just be the party members. And their typings would just be based on, like, the types they use in battle. Oh. The types they use in battle. It's Melon. Let's put him in a nest ball. I don't know how much of that clip is going to be in the video. Hey, one of the letters is in there for free. I need to update the counter. Okay, as I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted, is, yeah, the gym leaders would be based on the party members, and then the types they use would be based on their type. So, like, I'm trying to think, how many party members are in Persona 4? Is it 8? I don't know. If it is 8 perfectly, then that works. But, like, each one would be the gym leader, like, in the order they joined the party. So, protagonist would be the first gym, which would be electric type. And then, from there, you know, as they join the party, there are a few that have the same types. Of course, it doesn't work out perfectly because Persona doesn't have, like, all the same rules as Pokemon. Because, like, you end up getting another party member that uses electric. But then, like, it's balanced out in a way. So I think the first one's actually going to be normal type. Because the whole thing in Persona is you're the oddball of the group that can use any Persona. So maybe it would be normal to represent the possibilities. So that takes care of that one, because there is another electric type. Electric type in air quotes. Oh. Hello. I'm still talking about my fake Pokemon region. What would be a cool one to catch you in? Love Ball. Aw, it broke out. I do have another. Do I use the other? I think I do it, because otherwise what am I using this on? Oh, crit cap. Yes! What gender was this? Because that's going to determine what I name it. Female. Okay, I'm naming it Rise. Because I was already talking about Persona 4. Alright. I'll go back to taking name suggestions after that one. I just felt like that was the perfect opportunity. Anyways. Before I was so rudely interrupted again. I don't even know what I was saying at this point. Yeah, there's the electric type one, but that overlap was fixed. There are two that use ice. But I think I can get around that by making one ice and one light. Not light, fairy. Even though he doesn't necessarily use light attacks or anything. I just think fairy more fits his like charming personality. And then there's another character that could go both ways because they use fairy and... Not fairy. See, I'm getting the two games flipped. They use light and dark magic as their main ones. So, fairy and dark type, obviously. And since I'm using fairy array, I'd probably say dark. Which is really cool. I love dark type gym leaders. You don't see them much. So it's really cool when you do get to see them. You have to leave? Alright. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you in the future. Gosh, I cannot speak. That is like my other gimmick. I have a whole lot of... My gimmick is that I have multiple gimmicks. And then one of those gimmicks is I just cannot speak. Your luck, I appreciate it. I did not update the layout just then. We're at 9. Can you believe it? 9 Marills. As Pathra Raid Den was shiny? Wow. I'll name the next one Cheese Wheel. I didn't say anything about that out loud. I read it in my head again. I know, I'm a terrible person for not reading it out loud. I'll name the next one Cheese Wheel. Or at least Cheese. I don't know if Cheese Wheel will fit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, that'll fit. Cheese Wheel fits, I think. Barely, but it fits. Whee! This game is fun. Flight simulator. There is an art to shiny hunting. And honestly, it's literally just don't try to get too many Pokemon on screen before you reset. Like, if you see that there's no shinies, just make sure you only keep the non-shinies on screen, or better yet, no Pokemon on screen. Because, you know, then if a shiny last second spawns and you can't do anything about it, no one has to know. Will I evolve the Marills? Probably not. I will say, if I do get enough extras, because I plan to keep the box of shiny Marill just for the haha funny I have a box of shiny Marill. But if I end up getting extras tonight somehow, which honestly I don't even know if I'm on track, but if I do get enough Marills and go over, then I will evolve one male and one female of any overflows if I can. Just so I can say I have like every Marill. I don't even think there's a gender difference. I just want to have both. So yes, the shiny hold on, I said that completely backwards. The shiny shows how many counters I found. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The counter does show how many shinies I found. Because the whole point of this, I don't know if you know this or have figured out, but it is just to get a whole bunch of Marill. So, I figured since there's no easy way to show that I found... Like, it's a given that there's probably at least one Marill found, but I figured why not just put a counter up there. So that way, if someone comes in and is like, wonder how many Marills have been found, it just says it. And I think I have that right. Hold on, let me check. Is that right? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm at 10 now? Wait. Hold on, I'm at 10. That is wrong. My bad. I must have missed one. I'm so glad I actually thought to double check that. So yes, now the counter is correct. I don't have it set up to be something I can increment with a keybind, so I have to manually go in and update it every time. This is probably the only time I'm ever going to do something silly like this, so there's not really an improvement to make for a next time. But if I were to, for some reason, decide to hunt multiple of the same shiny again, I would do it different. Green Marill. So, I have learned that the shinies like to show up in the middle of the craziest sentences ever. Not really crazy sentences, but like, whenever it's funny. So, like, I'll be in the middle of actually saying something, and then a shiny spawns. I'm like, oh, okay. I can't tell if that was a shiny or... Okay, yeah, it just looked funny because it was far enough away. Darn. During your least focused moments. I heard something about shinies don't show up based on luck or anything. They show up whenever it would be funniest. So, like... I don't know. If I were to start talking about that time in, like... 5th grade when... some kid who was clearly much farther in life than me, in certain terms, decided to do certain things, you know, then we'd have a completely different story, because you know as soon as I start talking about something like that, that's going to be when the Marill spawns. You're new and wondering if you hunt shiny Pokemon based on starting litter each week, perhaps. I don't do that. It was just a funny thing, I thought, because I don't know how best to explain the joke. This is an inside joke with a friend of mine, because we have matching Squishmallows of Marill, which we named Wheel. They are our children, so it's like there's twins that have been separated. Joint custody, everything, whatever. And one day I sent a picture, pretty much, I can recreate pretty much just like this, with all the Marill around me. So I was like, it's a Marill army, you know, the children are after me. And so that kind of started a joke of mine, where I was like, I'm gonna get a box of shiny Marill. And I was trying to plan the hunt for today, starting from last stream, because I knew I wanted to do a hunt the next time I streamed, but I wasn't sure what I wanted to target. And I was like, you know what, might as well go for the Marills. And it happened to be on a Monday, so I'm like, yeah, Marill Monday. Weedle Wednesday. Is Weedle even in this game? I don't think it is. I'd have to play like Let's Go. Yeah, this is just a one-off thing. I thought it would be funny because the alliteration. I don't do this typically. And I definitely don't do this exactly. Because, like, future hunts, when I do them, I'm actually going to hunt, like, different things. And honestly, some of them I may not even put up a sandwich. I'll just roam around areas and see what sparkles. Or doesn't sparkle, I guess, because there's no sparkle until you encounter a shiny in this game. But yeah, I mean, when I go to hunt starters and stuff in the terrarium, I'll definitely have to use sandwiches and target stuff. But for the most part, I don't really target stuff too much. Like, if there's an outbreak, I'll probably do the outbreak long enough to get enough for a living dex. So, like, all the different forms. And then after that, I'm like, okay, well, if I still have time on the sandwich, I'll hunt something else, I guess. So, I don't actually know what I'm going to do next time. I'm saving Sylveon because, surprisingly, I don't have shiny Sylveon in Gen 9. I only have one, and that's in my copy of Sword right now, I believe. So I'm thinking that for a 100 sub special or whatever, that's going to be when I actually hunt Sylveon. That stream is going to be a lot, though, because it's going to be me hunting Sylveon. It's going to be me giving away shinies, because I found a few extras during my badge quest that I plan to give away. And then also, if I end up finding more than 30 Marill, I'll probably give some of those away as well. But I plan to do it kind of like that, so every time I do a milestone stream, I'll give away extra shinies, because I'm sure at some point I'm going to end up stumbling across extras for Pokemon I already have. And when I'm going for just a living dex, really, I don't need that many of one shiny. I don't know. I'll figure out what I'm going to hunt next. I have no idea when I'll hit 100 either. That is if I hit 100. If I did, that would be cool. Especially with how quick a turnaround that would have been. Because I think it's still only been like 2 weeks since the first stream that actually kicked off. Or whatever. Oh, I was about to reset over that. Number 11. I believe I promised I'd name this one Cheese Wheel. I typed in the wrong box. I don't know. I think I've already used all the balls. So I'll just loop back to using Heal Ball. You do have the Kanto Evolution Shinies? That's cool. I have, I think, a Vaporeon. For when I hunted Rayquaza. I don't remember what all I have, actually. Nest Ball matches. I don't know if I've used this already, but why not? I guess that's why not. How about I name this one Stubborn, because it doesn't want to stay in the ball. See, the children are gathering. You see this? They're watching. I haven't used a timer ball yet. Maybe I can try timer ball and see how that works. Oh. They want to see their sibling get taken away. See, maybe that's the mom and the kids. And the mom is like, see, kids, this is why you should be glad you didn't have a birth defect. You have a birth defect and someone take... Oh, I didn't even name it. That's my bad. I'll name it after the sandwich. See, sometimes I forget to name stuff. That's my bad. I will go back and name it. See, shiny show up whenever it'd be funniest. Because, like, I'm just sitting here talking about channel and that one stream. As me and most people who are here regularly that came from that stream, we now call it the 7-hour stream. Even though there's been 2 now. It was just known as being, like, the crazy one because it was late. Like, I started about this time the night it happened. Just because I was working on the badge quest. I had motivation. I was like, why not? I'll hunt late at night. And then I was going to originally only do, like, 4 hours. But there were people actually in the chat, surprisingly, which I didn't think. I seriously thought it would be a dead chat the whole night. Because I'm like, no one's up this late. That's why I barely even get views to begin with. But then there were actually a good few people that, and actually chatting too. So I was like, why not? So I kept going, kept chatting. And then eventually it got to like 12, 13, 14. And I think at one point it was like 16 people watching. And I'm like, okay, how is this even happening? Like, I wasn't upset that it was happening. It was just interesting that that happened somehow. See, that's something interesting to me. Like, all my viewers, from what I've seen, have been like, no, we're in similar time zones. I think there was one person that was like actually in a different time zone completely. But most of them were like same or like 2 hours behind. So I had a lot of night owls, surprisingly. But yeah, I think it did help that I probably had people from other parts of the world too. But YouTube says most of my viewers are from America, so I think I just have a bunch of night owls that watch. But yeah, that stream ended up going to, I believe, no, it was 7 hours, but it was like 5 a.m. for me. 5 or 6, I forget. I know it had like already turned, it was past 5, so I think it was more 6 a.m. when I ended. Or, I guess 5:45. But yeah, that stream almost has 300 views. I don't think it's going to hit that. Just because it's long enough ago to where I don't think people are going to actively try to watch it again. But yeah, since then I've had like, at least at some point throughout streams, I've had 12 people currently watching ever since then, pretty much. And almost all my streams have gotten around 60 to 100 views on average. So, like, I appreciate it. I also went from 8 subscribers that night to, like, 82, I think I was at when I started. I don't know if anyone has been subscribing throughout this stream. If so, I appreciate it. I don't have anything set up to like notify me if that happens throughout the streams. I've been thinking about setting that up at some point though. Most time you stay up till 7 a.m. and go to sleep from like 7:30 to 3 p.m. when you can't. That's fair. Alright, that sandwich was up. Oh, wait. 2 of these have marks. Uncommon and cloudy. I didn't even know there were 2 with marks. Yeah, when school starts, I'm definitely going to have to change it up anyways. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many people are up this late at night during school. So I'm probably going to have to shift to earlier time. I've been wanting to try out earlier times. Because you know, I want to be able to do stuff at earlier times, but that's not going to work at some point because like those earlier times, especially with like how college is, if I'm going to stream early, it has to be on days where I'm not doing anything during those times. And if I'm going to stream late, then I just have to hope that most of my viewer base isn't a bunch of 4-year-olds or whatever that are only up right now because their parents don't care that it's summer. Well, no, if their parents didn't care that it was summer, they would still have the same bedtime. You know what I mean. So, I don't know. And maybe what will happen with streams is just I keep like 1 or 2 throughout the week. Like have one during the day when I can and one at night. So that way I still have streams and at various times so multiple people have the chance to catch one. But then mostly focus on making videos throughout that period. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. And maybe I'll do a poll or 2 on my community tab just to see what people want to see. Because, you know, the whole reason I even do this is both for my entertainment because I like playing Pokemon. And also to entertain others because, like, I'm going to shiny hunt anyways. And I know people like watching other people shiny hunt and yapping and all that. So, like, why not make videos and streams about it, you know? So, I would just have to see what people would prefer. Of course, I'm also under 100 subs, but if the rate this channel has been growing is at least consistent, then I feel like I'll probably hit 100 subs before I go back to school. I don't know necessarily how that'll work in other places, but I know at least for where I am and when I'm going to school again, It'll probably happen. And I appreciate it for everyone who's been showing up, subscribed, and all that. Because I literally started this with like maybe 2 viewers, just doing it for fun. So I don't know if the algorithm decided, why not, let's promote it. Or if people just simultaneously found it and were like, yeah, why not? You wish you had games that wouldn't take days to find one shiny on, like Pokemon Ruby? Oh, wow. Those full odds games are scary. I have a lot of respect for full odds hunters. At one point, I was a full odds hunter. Because I started with Charm. But then I eventually was like, I don't really get a rush from shiny. I don't get a rush from finding shiny Pokemon. So why not try going full odds to see if maybe the fact that they are a bit rarer makes them have more value to me. I tried it for a bit. I found a few shinies like Blacephalon and Ultra Sun, I believe. But eventually it just kind of got to the point where I was like, yeah, this doesn't really feel like what I want to do. So I started hunting with Charm again. I'm guessing you're back since you're back. Welcome back. It was in your recommended. Okay. Question then. And this goes for like everyone who's here because you all had to find me at some point. So, how exactly did you stumble upon this? Again, goes for everyone. This is not like one person specific because there's 2 ways it could have happened. Either you searched specifically for Pokemon / shiny hunting and it showed up like that, or you were scrolling through like your home page and it showed up. I want to know which one it was for all of you. Like, was it specifically looking for something Pokemon or shiny hunting, or was it just something you saw on your homepage? Homepage for you? Okay. Because I want to get like a bit of feedback just so I can kind of get, because my channel doesn't have enough stuff backing it yet for YouTube to give me full analytics on stuff, so I'm kind of trying to get my own answers. I was on your For You page and you ignored it, but it appeared after a PM7 video. Okay. So you even saw it twice. Okay. So when you saw it the second time, did you click on it just because you had like already seen it and you're like, why not? Or, like, I'm curious, like, when you did actually decide to click on it, what was like your reasoning for clicking on it? Because I'm trying to make this, because again, I want this to be for like entertaining people. So I'd like to get feedback on like how people found it and stuff, so I can try to make it more appealing at first sight. Because honestly, I'm surprised my Badge Quest streams even did well, because they had the exact same thumbnail, and it was literally just like the image they use on the eShop for Pokemon Violet. That's pretty much all it was. You clicked because you noticed it before, so you thought that it was for you, so you clicked if it appeared. Okay. You accidentally... That's fair. I accidentally click on stuff a lot. And of course, no offense by that. None taken, at least. I realize I said no offense by that, as if I'm the one saying the offensive thing. That wasn't offensive either. Like, I'm not, like, offended by the fact that you just accidentally clicked on it, because, you know, everyone, you know, I'm not offended by that, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I need to justify or specify that, rather, but You're surrounded by videos and you prefer streams? Okay. That's fair. Like, if I'm watching content, I prefer streams most of the time. But, like, I'm weird, so only specific creators are, like, in my list of people I will willingly watch stream. Otherwise, I just watch videos. Okay. Yeah, I like that about streams, because you can interact with people and form bonds, even if it's not, like, anything crazy. But, like, there's this one, I do not remember who it was that it was in their chat, but there's one guy that I met because my old YouTube account, I used to switch, because I used to go by Shy, because, like, Shy Guy was my favorite Mario character. So, Shy Dude plays, but then I changed that to Shy. And then there was a phase where, like, I changed my profile picture to whatever my favorite Pokemon was at the time. And I would make my name Shining, and then that Pokemon. So, for example, the one that it mattered with was Shining Mudkip. But, of course, Shining had the word Shy in it. So, I was Shining Mudkip with the Y, and then there was one guy I ran into one day in a chat whose name was Shining Mudkip, but spelt the way you would expect it to be spelled. And we were like, well, that's so cool, we have the same name and profile picture, pretty much. And so, we kind of formed a bond. I ended up messaging the guy on Discord a lot. It was really cool. I think his name was Trenton. So if you're out there, somehow even watching this, I remember you, bro. I miss you. No, it was not Mudkip the mod. It was someone else. Because this had a sadder ending. Unfortunately, the account he used for his Discord and his YouTube account was his school account. And the school didn't approve of the usage. So they deleted the accounts and everything. So unfortunately, I haven't seen him since. So I can only hope that someday it'll happen. How'd I find the mods and why did I promote them? Okay, so the first two that were around the longest. So Mudkip, the one that is a mod. Not this Shining Mudkip person, but Mudkip, he was here earlier if any of you saw him. So, actually it goes for both of them. Not both, there's three, but for the two that have kind of been around the most, I guess, so Mudkip and Milotic Melons, I know both of them through another streamer, Anxious Christian. I don't know if any of you know who that is. Most of my viewer base on my old channel did come from him. He does, like, a variety of stuff, but, like, Sundays he does Dynamax Adventures. He used to do a bit more with Pokemon for, like, shiny hunts and stuff, but he's been doing other games recently. But I met Mudkip and Milotic Melons through him. And they eventually started watching over here, so I already trusted them and everything because they're both the highest rank. Like, they're managing mods, both here and on Anxious Christian's channel. But I figured if he trusted them enough and I knew them enough, I was like, yeah, why not? So they ended up being mods over here. And then the other one, which I don't know if we'll see tonight or not, but Obsessed Pokemon Fan, it just kind of happened in the moment because I trusted them the most out of everyone who was already in chat. And I also just needed another mod because I was going late, or later than I would normally. So I was like, it's better to just have a mod in case something goes wrong. And like, I was already considering at the next time I added a mod to add them anyway, so it just kind of worked out. And at some point when I do add more mods, it'll kind of be the same thing from there. Just people who I see in chat a lot and have learned that, like, yes, I can trust you to not abuse the power or anything. Like, that's kind of what I look for. Because I don't want my mods to be people who are going to abuse the power. But then I also don't want them to be people who don't ever show up. Because at that point, like, what's the point of making someone a mod if I'm never going to see them? But yeah. And of course, I'm always keeping an eye out. I was actually about to get to that point. For, yes, I would eventually add more mods. And as I was about to say, I kind of treat this as how leadership positions were treated in high school for my marching band. So the directors of the band would always say, they keep an eye out on everyone throughout the entire school year. For this situation, it's just for streams. I keep an eye out on like everyone I see in the streams and everything and how they interact with everyone. Because that's kind of what I'm looking for. I want it to be, like, if I'm going to add people as mods, I want to know that I can trust them. They're going to be kind. They're not going to abuse the power. And they're mature enough to even handle the position. I don't want to give it to someone and then have them be, like, just some 6-year-old who times out anyone who they don't agree with the opinions of, you know? So, there's that. And then as far as sub count wise, when we hit 100, I'll probably add another. That's kind of how I plan to do things, is like every 100-ish, I add 2 more. But it's like, probably not going to work out exactly like that. It would probably be more, I have 2 in mind for the next goal, and I'll add them as necessary. So like, I'm coming up on 100. At least last I checked. I don't know what I'm at right now. When I started, I was at 82. And I've already added 1 mod towards that next goal. And at some point, probably around the time I get to the 100 sub special or whatever, I will be adding another. But it also just depends as well. Because I don't want to add mods faster than I grow, if that makes sense. Like, having a high sub count doesn't mean much. Because, you know, if I mod everyone who's, like, a regular and I trust, eventually I'm going to just mod everyone who's here. Because growing in sub count doesn't necessarily mean growth in viewer count, you know? So, like, sure, all these people are subbed, but they're not always available to show up to every stream. So I don't want to end up modding people who do show up to every stream just because they show up. And then it's like, oh, well, now everyone in chat is a mod, and it might scare people off because they're like, oh, well, I don't have that higher rank. 100 sub special stream? Yes, I will be doing one. It will be hunting for Sylveon as the first thing. I'm going to hunt until I get the mascot specifically. So I don't think it's ever been seen on my channel. But in my Pokemon Sword, I have a shiny Sylveon. Female, name is Sherry, after the song Oh Sherry. And that is the mascot. So the first part of that is going to be hunting Sylveon until I get that exact Sylveon, but in this game. So a female shiny Sylveon, name it Sherry, all's good. another part of that is like probably after every sandwich I do or whatever, or some kind of timer. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there. I'll be doing a giveaway because I have a few leftover shinies from my badge quest that weren't actually counted towards the badge quest. So I want to give those away at some point, so that'll probably be when I do it. And if I have any extra like dupe shinies I get in between now and that stream, those will be in the running too. And that'll go for every special stream. Those will be when I do giveaways of my extra shinies. And then honestly, to make it like a fun special, I've mentioned this before, I have this switch up adapter for the Switch, and one of the things you can do with it, aside from pairing different controllers, is you can have it input stuff in game for you, and one of the things it can do is automatically breed Pokemon. So that's another thing I'll probably do, have that running and have it like breed Pokemon on loop. And while that's going and breeding the Pokemon and everything and automatically shiny hunting, I'm probably going to be like playing Pokemon Sleep and just be asleep for that. Of course, that'll be later if I do actually do that completely AFK, because I'd need mods to be able to keep an eye on chat and also possibly even get in a call on Discord so that someone is able to talk to chat and everything. It's going to be very much community driven for that one, which I like the idea of because it's about the community. Like, it's celebrating the people who made that happen. So that's what it would be. But for the 100 and maybe even 200 sub stream, those would probably be just, I have that running on like a, because I have 2 capture cards. It would probably be on a smaller capture card, just like off to the side. And then the main big one is like me playing through a different game or shiny hunting in a different game. I don't know. You don't use Discord? That is fine, at least in this context, because all it would be is I would be in like a group chat or something with some mods. And like they would know when their time would be to hop on is. And basically I would leave my Discord open and in a call with them in that group chat the whole night, and they would just come on and I'd have it play their audio through stream, so you wouldn't need Discord to interact with them. They'd be like reading chat still. That's just the easiest way I can think to have them actually be able to talk and stuff. Only other thing I could think is like I end stream on my end, give them all the info they need to be able to stream to my account from their end, and then have them continue stream. But I'm not going to do that because I don't think I trust anyone enough to do that. There's like 2 people I trust enough to do that, and both of them are people I know in real life. A membership thing? You mean like the join option most creators have? The memberships? Or do you mean like some side thing aside from YouTube memberships? Okay. Yeah, so I am considering that, but of course I can't do that naturally. Like right now I cannot add it, even if I wanted to, because part of the requirements for that is you have to have 500 subs, at least 300, not 300, what am I on about? At least 3 video, or I guess streams count too, because they technically count as videos. 3, basically you have to have uploaded 3 times in the past year, which I should be good if streams count. Plus videos, I make shiny reaction videos, so it's fine. And then I also have to have 3,000 watch hours. I'm at like almost 400 right now, So honestly, I feel like that's probably going to be more doable than reaching 500 subs, but I don't know. The main thing as well is, even if I get all that approved and set up and everything, I would have to think of like, because there's different tiers to it, so I'd have to set up everything and think of what I want the perks to be. I know one thing that ties into it is I'm opening up a Discord server at 500 subs, and there's going to be a role for members. So if you're a member and in the Discord server, you can get, by linking your accounts, you can get a special member role, which will give access to member-only chats. And those are going to be like where I talk about member-only stuff. I give updates and like announcements for anything that's member-only. And then also sometimes I'll just hop in a VC and screen share or something. Or just hop in a VC to chill. And then do a member-only stream. Basically, it'll just have that as like a side thing to pair with the YouTube being a member. But of course, I'd have to plan that out more. I haven't put too much thought into it because right now that's a far off thing. Not impossible, but it's not close enough to where I'd actually consider it fully. Also, I saw earlier, I didn't read this out loud because I was distracted by other messages. The make your first subscriber a mod if possible. Technically, my first subscriber is a mod. Because I'm basic, my first subscriber was me. Because I have multiple accounts. So I did subscribe with my own account. But technically I am a mod as well, because, I mean, I'm literally the highest ranking person here right now. 500 could be possible by 2026, yes. Because I think, honestly, 100 is possible definitely before some stuff. Like, going back to school, I think I can probably hit 100 by. Also, hello, Obsessed Pokemon fan, welcome. We're talking about the channel and stuff. But yeah, if the growth of this channel is constant or exponential, then there is definitely some possibility that I could definitely hit some higher sub counts and stuff not too long from now. But that also relies on streams still being promoted. YouTube algorithm is weird. I just have to kind of do stuff people know to click on or want to click on. And also just hope that, like, maybe with how stuff works, that, like, perhaps people will see that people are coming to these streams now and be like, okay, it's not dead, so that means clearly people are interested. And then just kind of happen to like it. I think, I'm not even kidding, YouTube algorithm is just blessing my channel right now. 14 more for 100. That's doable then. If I got a sub a day the next 2 weeks, then I would probably have 100 in 2 weeks. And that is about how it works, because I think I get around 2 subs every stream, give or take. I think from the last stream, I got like 4 or 5. Because I was like late 70s and I went to 82. I'm at 86 now, you said? Yeah, I got... That would be 4 today. And it could be more if people unsubscribed, you know. I don't know if people unsubscribe or not. So if so, then I technically got even more today. I think I'll definitely get 100 before my birthday. Honestly, let's see. Saying before the school year starts is interesting, because technically, some schools, like I know some are going to be starting like next week. Even this week, maybe. I think technically... Yeah, I think some schools technically start this week. Mine doesn't. Because, like, my band camp isn't even until the 17th of August. So, I have time. Like, next week. Yeah. So, I'm thinking... I'm stupid. I'm thinking probably more for my school year specifically. I'll probably hit 100 before. Because I still have, like, 3.5, 4 weeks. My birthday, it is, surprisingly, the name is a lie. It's in September. Late September, actually. It's almost October. It's September 26th. August 10th. Interesting. And while I'm on the topic of that, my birthday is on a Friday this year. There is a very good chance, unless something happens or comes up, that I will be doing a birthday special. You graduated like 4 years ago, but you don't act your age? Wow. That's fair. I don't act my age. I'm like incredibly stupid half the time. I have like 2 brain cells. Like, honestly, I should be repeating my freshman year of high school with how low my IQ is. Have I watched any of the Nuzlocke Invitational streams? What are those? I've never even heard of that. With Kylie Jenner somehow? Wow. I remember when I was like younger and very immature, one of the things I always thought was, I was like, things can't share anything with my birthday because it's my day and I didn't give them permission to do this on my special day. You know, like for some reason I had the concept in my head that I own September 26th and nothing could happen on that day unless I gave it permission. So I think something like Pokemon related happened one year, and I'm like, I like Pokemon, but I didn't give you permission to use my birthday. And I was upset because I'm like, I didn't say you could do this. I think also the Zelda Echoes of Wisdom game released on September 26th. So that's kind of funny. Although I did learn that I'm going to be basic here. My favorite band is the Beatles. My favorite album is Abbey Road. But its release date was September 26, 1969. So I share a birthday with my favorite album. And that's probably part of the reason why I love it so much, just because I know I share a birthday with it. Did I have a nothing burger of a sandwich? Or did I get cheese wheel during that one? I can't remember. See, I have plot convenient amnesia. It's a recent thing hosted by Point Crow. I haven't seen it. I don't watch Point Crow that much. Like, I've watched a bit of his stuff while I play through, like, Breath of the Wild and stuff. But I don't think I've seen the Nuzlocke Invitationals. Few different streamers. Oh, I haven't seen anything from it. Is it on Twitch? Because I don't watch Twitch right now. I haven't really been much of a Twitch watcher anyways. Because, one, my account is like weird. I don't have access to my Twitch account. Because it's weird. My old one, I reset the password on everything so I could get access to it. but that is still being funky and trying to get me to do stuff to get into it, but I don't know what it wants me to do, so I haven't been able to get into it. And I can't verify a new account because I've already used my number for the old account, but I can't get into the old account to even change the stuff to let me verify a new account with the number. But then also, I don't know, Twitch just doesn't really seem like a good place to hang out. I don't know. Not like it's a bad place, but it doesn't fit my vibe because YouTube, it's easier to discover smaller creators a lot of the time. And I think part of it helps that, like, it's easier to have your messages noticed so people like it more. But, like, I prefer YouTube streams because, like, it feels like more community driven than Twitch. And it's easier to get people in. Because, like, Twitch, the only way you're really doing anything is if you have connections. Because if you're starting from zero, you basically have to rely on the fact that you have friends or connections to other streamers to help get you promoted to a point where you can stand on your own legs. And then it gets to the point where you have viewers, but you can't really interact with any of them. But like YouTube, you know, you don't really have to worry about getting discovered too much because YouTube does a pretty decent job at promoting smaller videos or smaller channels, I guess. And I think they've been doing updates recently too to help even more with smaller creators with how they're being promoted. I don't remember. But also it's like very community driven here. Like YouTube seems very much about just forming a community and interacting with them. And especially like the shiny Pokemon community. Like they're a good group of Pokemon shiny hunters that are like in a decent enough range to where like they're not too big, but they're not, well, I guess there's not like terribly small. The smaller creators don't really get much notice immediately, but like, you know, some people are still at a point where they don't have as much of a consistent viewer base, but like that community is kind of like all close. Like typically if you say a shiny hunter in that community's name, like people will know who you're talking about. And I don't think I'm at that point yet to where if you went into someone's stream and you were like, do you know who June is? Like, they're not gonna know, probably. They're probably not even gonna know I exist or breathe air on the same planet as them. But like, as far as view count goes, I'm actually very happy and thankful because I've seen streamers with like sometimes 3,000 subs even not get consistently as many viewers as I get at some points. So I just really appreciate it because, you know, the views are kind of more important, honestly. Like, you need subs and everything to actually get to certain milestones. But, like, as long as you have views, like, it's pretty easy to at least make people happy and stuff. I don't need many viewers, I just need ones that are loyal and gonna enjoy the content. It's all about the fun we have. They do. The other day, I was watching a Mario Party stream, I think, and I typed RN Ario because it just looks like it says Mario. So I'm like, haha, funny. And honestly, I feel like if you had a lowercase m in your name, like you, I guess, because you have something in the name, you could replace that with RN. And honestly, if people try to like @mention you, they'd probably keep putting an M and be like, why is it not working? And it's like, haha, because it's not an M. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have some fun with that. Or drive someone crazy, like if you change every letter M to RN in like a Word document, you could have them be like, why does it say this is spelled wrong? and then never gonna suspect the fact that you just removed the M. You know, if you really hate someone, what you do is, like, on a Word document or whatever, go like 20 pages down and then type in a white font, or I guess gray or whatever if they're in dark mode, but assuming they're in light mode, type in a white font, just put any letter or something. So then when they go to print it, it's going to print the entire thing. So then they're like, why is it printing like 20 pages? It's only 1 page long. And then they're just left with like 20 pages of empty stuff. And it's like, why did this happen? I've become your favorite streamer. I appreciate it. Would you believe it if I said this is my full-time job? Except I'm not paid for it. It's true. I do a lot for y'all. Not y'all specifically, but like I do a lot for the channel. Replace the M. Yeah, I do a lot whenever I can, because setting up for this, like, I have been doing a bunch of the Wo-Chien raids, both on stream and off stream, like off camera even, just on my own time, just to get all these Herba Mysticas for this one hunt alone. Shiny per day. Nice. Yeah, I've also been working on Pokedex stuff, so hopefully by the next stream I'll have Mark Charm. I was hoping I could get it for this stream to get more marks on my Marill, but I guess that's not happening. Of course, it would be amazing if someday I could grow to the point where I was monetized. Although, I think even if I did hit monetization levels, I still wouldn't necessarily make that much. Like, I don't even know if it would be enough to count as a part-time job even, as far as pay. Like, you know, because I'd have to get a lot of views for it to actually pay decent, I think. I don't know. I don't know how much people are allowed to disclose how much they get paid by YouTube. I've seen a bit of people talk about it, and like, I don't think it pays a lot, at least when you're smart, but that makes sense because you're not getting as many views or ads being shown and all that. But it's whatever, you know. If I could get monetized at some point, that'd be cool. Because that just means I can give back more. Because, like, something that I think goes with getting memberships, I believe, is also unlocking donations. I'm not sure on that. I don't know exactly how YouTube monetization works now that they split it up. But something I'd like to do is, like, any money, or at least a good percentage of the money I do make from doing stuff, if I were to be monetized, I would definitely be putting back into the channel. Oh, you did. Oh my gosh, I'm realizing that now. See, it's smaller on my screen, so it's even more compressed to where they literally just look like the exact same thing. People misgender me all the time, and I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm whatever. I've never really cared too much. Like, if I ever get upset at being misgendered, it's usually with friends who know that I'm kidding. Like, it's a joke, because, I mean, I don't mean this to be mean to people who get overly offended by getting misgendered, but it's like, I don't know, it seems like they're still getting a bit too much overreacting about it. So, like, I usually just kind of, like, jokingly act like people like that, but only with my friends if they do it. And it's just, like, a little funny, like, haha, you know, like, they know I'm kidding. I don't actually care too much. I understand they're gonna slip up and stuff. For me, I think the issue is just my voice is definitely not as high as people would probably expect. But I mean, like, I typically just have, like, a deeper, raspy voice anyways. Not deep, deep, but, like, I don't know, my throat seems to always be hurting. So I typically just force it down lower. You know, like, when you have a sore throat or something? Like, that's kind of how my voice feels all the time. Of course, if I talked in, like, my actual natural voice, it's, like, down here. But I like to pitch it up at least a bit. Because, like, no one wants to listen to freaking bass clef the whole time. And I'm sure eventually I can, like, start pitching it up. And, like, kind of have a softer tone to my voice or something. I don't know. But eventually I would like to be able to do stuff. You know, like, I can kind of mess with my voice as much as I want to. But it's really a point of, like, how long can I keep something like this up, you know? Because this isn't naturally how I talk. So either this is going to become how I naturally talk after talking like it enough. Or I'm just going to have to remember every time I talk, I want to talk like this, you know? I'm not going to keep this up. This is ridiculous. How does it sound, though? Of course, I can also talk like this high-pitched voice, which is really interesting considering I can go really low. In fact, I could probably go lower. I don't even know if my mic picks that up. Yeah, I can talk I can talk in like tons of different octaves and stuff. So maybe I can do something with that. I don't know. I'm not gonna be a voice actor or anything, though. I just don't want to get into it. Okay. Okay. Anyways, time to read some more messages. Holy shinks, whiplash, passing, cool question mark. Fess, fish, phone died, mice. People say you sound black. Okay, so I assume when you say that, that means you aren't. And if so, I can understand what that means in a way. I don't know how to say this, but like, this is not racially motivated. This is not racist. I don't mean this in any kind of bad way. But like, you can kind of tell sometimes by people's voice. I don't know if that makes sense. And like, I don't know if that's just how like different groups of people like get used to talking with like different ways of saying words. Does that make sense? Like, just different people end up learning how to speak and say words slightly different, so it ends up affecting like how they say words enough to where you can kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to say this and not sound like I'm being racist or something. I promise I'm not trying to sound racist, because I'm not. But like, does it make sense what I'm trying to say? If someone is here who understands what I'm trying to say and can help me like process this. I'm not good at speaking my thoughts, I'm just good at having them. Hopefully that makes sense what I mean. Like, there's just something about... I don't know if it's like how the words are said or what. But like, I remember my math teacher, she, like, the way she spoke and everything, like, you could kind of tell, like, even if you had never met her before and didn't have any context as to who was speaking, I feel like it was kind of... See, I hope this does... I don't want this to be taken out of context like I'm trying to sound racist. But basically, like, the way she spoke, it stood out. So, one day a different teacher ended up doing an impression of that teacher. I'm like... It was an internal thought, because I'm like, I cannot say this out loud, but I'm like, is it weird to think that it doesn't sound black enough? Like, again, that's not... I hope this makes sense. I don't want people to think I'm trying to be racist or anything. It's just, this is the current conversation. So, I'm trying to give my own experience. I'm trying to have an input on this conversation. I don't mean this in any bad way. I don't know how many times I need to state that. I promise. I promise. Okay. The question is, can you do a flip? I cannot do a flip, actually. Unfortunately, I cannot. Makes sense that different culture can result in different ways of speaking? Yeah. Calling in an expert right now. Imagine someone joined in right now. Yeah, imagine the first thing you see. Like, a lot of people come in and they get, like, the bubbly, like, talking about why I love Marill so much and why I'm doing this. And then, I'm not trying to sound racist, but says something that can very easily sound racist out of context. Watch this. Watch this be how I get, like, 1,000 viewers or something. And it's only racist people, and they're like, yeah, racism. I'm like, no, I'm not being racist. You're on the wrong side. You don't know how to explain it because it's just like a tone or something. You know how to explain it. You can't find clarity. In school, someone picked on you because you don't sound like your race. Wow. Expert here? Okay, we have the expert. That would be, like, funny, but, like, in a sad way, if I just attract the world's entire racist population for saying something that wasn't even meant to be racist. I really, like, knowing how shinies work, I'm gonna get a shiny now. I'm gonna have to explain why I'm talking about race and why I'm so adamant that I am not racist. Oh, that does remind me. So, one of my friends once played through Ultra Sun, I believe, and it was a used copy. And they didn't delete the save or anything, so they were just playing through on whoever had the save before. The save file was as the black female protagonist, and the name of the character was Y Black, and then the rest of the spaces were question marks. So, clearly whoever had that copy first was not a fan of the fact that you could be black in a Pokemon game. Probably a child. Yeah, it probably was a child. Let's be real. It was probably some little Timmy upset that he had the option to be black. Anyways, am I supposed to give context for our expert? What was the expert brought in for? I already lost the story. The plot is lost. What were we talking about? If it was a teen, that's worse, because, like, if it's a kid, you know, I can kind of understand. Maybe they just did not understand entirely. But, like, if it's a teen, that's just actively being racist. Like, there's a certain point in life where things are no longer acceptable to do, you know? Like, if you're young enough as a kid, I can maybe see it as just being curious. You don't know that much because you've only grown up around people of the same race. But then, like, once you get to teen, like, why are you being racist? It's not even excusable. You're just a racist. Explain what's happening. Okay, so someone in chat said that their voice apparently sounds black or whatever. And so we were talking about, like, basically what I was saying was, like, I kind of see what they mean, I think. Because, like, I don't know how to say this and not have it just sound like some kind of racially motivated thing or something. But, like, does that make sense to where, like, you can kind of... I don't know how to describe it, but, like, something about the way people speak, like, you can kind of tell based on how they speak. I don't know if it's just the tone and way they speak, just, like, a culture thing. And, like, I don't mean that in, like... Because, like, it's weird. I don't know. I just hate... For some reason, my brain hates referring to anything as black. Because I'm like, that just sounds racist. I sound like I'm being racist. I'm not. But it just sounds like every time I use that word, it only carries some kind of racist connotation. All speak different based on where we live. Okay. And, like, again, I don't know the proper way to word this, because I don't want to just be like, you can tell when someone at least sounds black, because that sounds wrong, because that does just sound racist, because, like, we shouldn't associate it specifically with how someone speaks. Like saying someone sounds country. Okay. And, like, I feel like it's weird because you're specifically calling out a race. Like, I don't see people go saying, you sound white. But, like, even if someone said that, that's not racist, because, like, that's the weird thing. You can't be racist to white people, if that makes sense, because, like, white people invented racism. How are you going to be racist to them, you know? Like, does that make sense? Like, white people invented racism. It's kind of hard to hit them with racism. African American is a bit... See, that's what I like doing, because, like, in U.S. history stuff, there would be stuff about, like, it would say, like, Black American. I'm like, no, I'm using African American. I'm sorry. But that just sounds more proper. British. And, like, it's weird because, like, if you really think about it, like, there isn't really black people or white people, you know? Because what we call black is just more of brown, maybe a darker brown. But white people aren't really white. Like, average white people are, like, pale. Not pale, but, like, tannish. I don't know. Like, it's all on the same spectrum. Like, just light or dark. Same color, really. Like, I think I saw some comparison or whatever where, like, it was... One guy was wearing a black towel, one guy was wearing a white towel. It's like, see, neither of them match. But if you meet them in the middle, they're still both brown. We're all the same color. We just look different. So it's like, racism is such an interesting thing. Like... It's interesting, not in a good way, but it's, like, interesting to see how people have these points of views, you know? Who here is British? I'm not British, but, like, I like British people. I like British, like, the way British people speak. I like British bands. You don't see race, you see a beating heart. Exactly. We're all people. And, like, think about it, like, let's say cats, because I'm a cat person. You see a cat with white fur, you see a cat with black fur, you see a cat with gray fur, you know, all the different fur colors. It's a cat. At the end of the day, they're all cats. You know, like, a white cat is no greater than a black furred cat because they're just cats. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a racist person also be like, I only like my cats and dogs to have white fur. Like, if you're gonna be racist, be completely racist. Like, hate animals for having different fur colors too, you know? Like, if you're gonna have the wrong opinion, go all the way. We do not like these half efforts. Like, you just look stupid if you're not gonna commit. Like, I'm poking fun at racist people because, like, you don't even consistently... You're not consistently racist. I did not think I'd be talking about racism. Black cats are good. I have a cat that's mostly black. She's a tortoise shell, I think. Technically, is her fur color. So, you know, they're like mostly black, but they have like the bits of like brown and tan in them. I wish I had like a completely black cat because those are so cool. I really want... I think it's like tuxedo, unless there's an actual term for that. And tuxedo is just like a fan term. But you know, the one... Basically, if you've seen Persona 5, Morgana. I want Morgana as a cat so badly. No, you're good. Like, it was an interesting conversation. We all learn a bit, you know? We didn't intentionally hurt anyone's feelings, so... As far as the human traits, we came from around the area of Africa. Yeah? It's fair. And isn't, like, skin color mostly just, like, based on, like, genetic evolution, where like darker skinned people are like that because it's like a natural tanning system, because you're like where they come from are they're more used to having to put up with harsh sunlight and everything because of like where they live. So it was like kind of like instinctual that it would like kind of like a shield in a way. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? I assume that's how that happens. So like it was kind of like survival of the fittest in a way, I guess. I don't know. I assume that's how that works. I don't study this stuff. I'm a music major. I don't study how race works. Because like that's how white people are. You know, like if you sit out in the sun in the right way, you can tan and your skin gets a bit darker to, you know, like I have beaten Persona 5. In fact, I have beaten Persona 3, not the answer, just base game Persona 3, Persona 4 Golden, and Persona 5. I have beaten the 3 main... I'm working on the answer right now for Persona 3. I have also beaten Reload. I did buy Episode Aegis as well, which I want to play, but I want to play Original Answer first. Because... I don't know, I feel like it makes sense to play the original before the remake just to see how they compare. You're stuck on the first palace in Persona 5. Hold on. I don't think this will mess me up. Hold on. I have it downloaded right here. My friend bought Persona 5 Royal as like a digital download code for the Switch like 2 or 3 years ago. No, I don't want a system update. Can you wait on that? Thank you. So, you know, my friend bought the code, and I think he was planning on giving it to a friend, and he figured to give it to me. So he asked, and I'm like, sure. He gave me the code, put it in, and I got to play it. It was my first Persona game. I really enjoyed it. And then I eventually went and played 3 and then Reload when that came out. And then I played 4. 4 is my favorite just game in general, honestly. I don't know, I just felt a really strong emotional connection to the characters and story of that one. And like, not saying other Persona games didn't also have that for me. Did I just have like a dry sandwich of no shinies? Did I play any DLCs then? I had like the DLC stuff from 5 Royal for like the Personas and stuff. But I don't know if that's built into the game or if that was actual DLC that he paid extra for. I haven't played like Episode Igus for Reload. I haven't played that yet. I do have it, but I haven't played it because I'm still, of course, playing through it on Fez. Because I want to experience that one first. And then for Golden, I mean, I don't think that has DLC unless you consider Golden itself to be DLC to 4. In which case, I played through all of 4 Golden the true Golden way. So, like, I did all the stuff that comes with it. I plan to revisit it sometime next year once I've had some time without it. Just to see how it holds up to me. You don't Persona, so you're lost. Okay. So, high school teenager, transfer student, new to school, meets friends, turns out they have powers. So if they say Persona and do some silly summon thing, depends on which game you play, you can summon basically a Pokemon. You meant play Persona? Okay. Yeah, I'm just explaining it. Oh, I guess, yeah, if you don't play Persona, you can still know about it. That's fair. True. Persona. It's like Pokemon, but it's not. I also played 5 Tactica. I just realized I didn't add that in the list of Persona games I've played. I have Strikers. I haven't got to that yet because I kind of want to replay 5 before I play Strikers. And then I'm also working on playing through Q and Q2 on the 3DS. And I also got Persona 5 The Phantom X recently. So I'm looking forward to getting to play that. Doesn't that description work for like everything? Bread. It's like Pokemon, but not. Alcohol. It's like Pokemon, but not. Divorce. It's like Pokemon, but not. I don't know. I'm sure you can apply that to multiple situations. Pow World. It's like Pokemon. But it is. It's like Pokemon, but with guns. Okay, Pal World is a different enough game. I think it's stupid that Pokemon tried to sue them. Or is trying. I don't know where they got with that. You're in the middle of Strikers? I look forward to playing it. The PS5 looks forward to being turned on. I haven't played on that thing since Persona 4. But I have like 3 Zelda games I need to play, 6 Final Fantasies, and like 20 other games, if that makes sense. Yo, it's Mr. Me, how's it going? Welcome to Marill Monday, although I don't know if it's Monday. It's not even Monday for me even, it's Tuesday. So, it's Marill Tuesday, but I'm still calling it Marill Monday because this started on a Monday. Wait, I'm so glad I looked over before I opened a picnic. Oh my gosh. Persona! You're good, you start your first job in literally 50 minutes. I'm doing good. I just found another shiny Marill, so all's good. I'll take name suggestions on this one. Although I might just call it Persona. I don't know. What are we thinking? Name it Persona. I see disturbing the peace and name it Persona. You like Persona? Why is it that like everyone I know is somehow like dual obsessed with Pokemon and Persona? Is it because they both start with P? Are we all basic, simple-minded people that all like games that start with the letter P? What's next? You're gonna tell me we all like Pikmin? What's next? Pow World? Yeah. I want to talk about my dream recently because this was such an insane dream. So, the dream started off as like some weird like escaping from security guards or whatever. Shiny much like hatch day. You hatched it shiny like 2 days ago already. Aw. So we have 2 Persona commands now. Okay. Okay, so it started off as like some kind of stealth mission, avoiding security guards and all that. And we were taking like, me and my friend were taking some weird routes to get somewhere. And like one of them was like blocked off during certain times of day. So we had to like rely on people going through one thing to let us through and all that. I don't know, but anyways, we got up to this room and then we're at ground level now, so we're able to go outside in the parking lot, and this one guy's trying to sell a car. So we get in the car and everything and like start checking it out, and he's talking, and there's like this whole group because it was like a simulation of a car, so it wasn't really the car, so it was able to fit everyone. So we're all sitting in this car and we're like, it's cool, but like the color scheme doesn't really fit our vibe. So the guy's like, don't worry, we got 2 others. So one he showed was like some weird like orange and pink or something. I don't know. But then he flips to another one that's like pretty much entirely blue, but with like, basically it looked like the Persona 3 menus and stuff. So some people start whispering, and I'm like, I'm gonna do it. So at the top of my lungs, I just shout, Persona! And then everyone starts cheering. And I just wake up from that. Like, I just wake up like, I shouted Persona and everyone cheered. I have weird dreams sometimes. I talked about this like forever ago, it feels like, but there was one where I ended up beating up a guy with a crowbar. Okay. I should get a shiny Mankey since it's green and matches with Monday. I may do that at some point as like a Mankey Monday. I don't know. Because the whole idea with this is just it's specifically hunting Marill. With something like Mankey, I'd only really hunt 3 to get Mankey, Primeape, and Annihilate. And then after that, I'd move the focus to something else. But if I did one, I'd probably still do it on a Monday just for the jokes. I did have a dream like 2 nights ago or whatever that was Persona 4 themed. So basically there was this like sleepover or whatever with the whole party of the game, and I won't say anything in case anyone doesn't want spoilers. But basically it was divided into 2 rooms, the guys and the girls. So the guys are chilling in their room talking about just casual stuff. And they're like talking about crushes and everything. And, you know, they're having a very chill conversation. They're like, huh, wonder what the girls are up to. So they decided to just go take a peek at what the girls are up to. And then the second they open the door, they just hear full-on metal blasting. Like, full volume. All the girls are rocking out and having the most intense pillow fight ever. And it's like the cartoony one, so all the feathers of the pillows are just flying out everywhere. And then they're like, what is going on here? And the girls all stop and they're like, we were getting ready for bed. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why that was my dream. That was all the dream was too. I somehow slept 8 hours for that. So dream time is weird. Like, you're telling me you get to skip time and watch a random length cutscene? Once I had a dream like 2 months ago. You were walking to school, which isn't normal, and then you get in this black car and there's a man in a fancy black suit. And when you woke up, you were so confused. I think you might have visited the Velvet Room. I think you're a Persona protagonist now. If you ever go back, then you're definitely a Persona protagonist. You need to let me know so I can summon a Persona. I want a Persona. Seriously though, it would be so cool to have a Persona. Minus the part where I, like, have to do all the fighting. Like, it'd be cool to have a Persona. Imagine just being like, Persona! And then you have this cool thing, and it's like, yo, I have a Persona. Which Velvet Room? Persona 4. That is definitely Persona 4. That is definitely some Persona 4 stuff, though. I need to fix these commands now. Every time a command is added, I have to go in and fix it, by the way. Because I'm setting pretty much every command that isn't related to rules or whatever to a 5-minute cooldown. So every time a new one is added, I have to go in and change it. Unless I figure out how to, like, default them. But I don't think that's possible. The only way to have them default is if that's, like, customly put in during the command. You didn't know that Persona existed then. Interesting. It's fine. I'll do it when I'm actually awake and everything. The only ones I can't figure out right now, because I don't think there's a way to do them. So, I'm sure we're familiar with the shiny look commands and everything. I want to make it to where there's a per user cooldown. So like if I were to use it, I would have to wait like 2 minutes before I could use it again, so I myself couldn't spam it. But the only way that Nightbot at least shows that it allows is to set a universal one. So if I put a cooldown on it, that would mean as soon as anyone used it, it would be out for like 2 minutes. And of course nothing is stopping that same person from spamming it as soon as they know the cooldown's about to be up and not letting anyone else have a turn, you know? You're gonna sleep now because you're going swimming today? Alright, good night. Have fun swimming. I've never been a fan for swimming or the beach or anything. Like, it's not that I can't swim. I know how to swim and everything. I just don't like doing it. I don't know, like, I think what I don't like is, like, I'm very clean in nature. So I like staying clean. And, like, being in, like, a pool or the ocean is, like, yeah, it's in water, but it's very nasty water that, like, you know you're gonna have to get clean right after. So I just don't like the voluntarily putting myself into a bath, pretty much. That is doing the opposite of what a bath should do. I don't know, it's weird. So, like, people are like, you want to go to the pool? Like, you do realize you are lucky if I am going in anything that is not fully clothed. And I am just going to sit there the whole time. I am not getting in the water. Maybe I'll put my feet in if I'm feeling up to it. But, like, if you're inviting me to the pool, the most you're going to see me do is dip my toes in the water. And the beach, don't even get me started on it. Because I live by this quote. I hate sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. I hate sand. I hate the beach. Anakin Skywalker was right. You're gonna shiny hunt Hisuian quillfish? Nice. Good luck with that. You play water polo, swimming, racing, and volleyball? Interesting. Sandal, it is, and it sucks. And then if you're like on some fake beach, because like, okay, fake beach is weird as a word, because like, you know, some places that are a beach aren't like a real beach, because like, not every place that's a beach is necessarily by the ocean. Like, I was in Kentucky once and went to a beach, and it's like, this isn't really a beach because it's not by the ocean, so the sand isn't, like, really there. So, typically, they have to use, like, fake sand. So, they use, like, glass beads and stuff, and it's like, why? Who gets joy from this? Like, if you live close enough to it, sure, go to it. But, like, if I'm going to go to the beach, assuming I liked going to the beach, if I were going to the beach, I would want to go to the beach somewhere that's like an actual beach. Do a thing with towel you place it on the sand, you just drag it so you don't have to walk on there. I remember, I used to watch Dude Perfect. I don't know how many of you know about Dude Perfect. But like, I remember watching a bunch of their stereotypes videos. And I remember the beach one when like, they had like a whole bunch of things that they were like just throwing on the ground in front of them just to avoid the hot sand. And then it ended with them finally getting to the ocean and just stepping in and being like, oh yes, it's cool. That's fair. I don't necessarily hate water. I just hate like pool water and stuff. Because like pool water and ocean water, people pee in that stuff, you know? So, it's like, you know, like, I don't necessarily want to put myself in water that people have or haven't peed in. I'd rather not find out if people have or haven't peed in the water. I'd rather just not get into it. Like, ew. I don't know, it's weird, because, like, my brain sees that as no different than just letting random people pee on me. And that is weird. I'm sure there's people who probably are into that, and I don't kink shame. But that is, like, it's weird to me. Like, my brain just sees it as this is no different than all the people who have been in this pool pretty much peeing on you directly. It's like, no thanks. I'm good. I'll skip the pool. And also, I think another thing for me, at least, with, like, not liking the beach and pool, as I said earlier, like, you're lucky if I'm in anything that isn't fully clothed, because, like, that's another weird thing of mine. I just don't like being exposed in any ways. So, like, swimsuits, I just don't like. I don't know. It's weird. It's like, you're telling me you want me to show my body off to the world? No thanks. I'll keep my shirt and pants on. How many Marills are we going for? We are going for 30. Basically, the whole joke of this is just one day I was like, I want a Marill army of 30 shiny Marill, so that's what I'm doing. Technically, the counter should be 6 higher because I do already have 6 shiny Marill in Pokemon Shield. But I'm not counting those towards the total yet because I just want to see if I can get to 30 by myself in this game, that's great. But if not, then I have that 6 as a buffer. I just think it'd be funny. Like, imagine that. I get known on YouTube as the one person that has a box of shiny Marill. How much longer stream? How long has stream been going? 4 hours ago? I'd say give it a good few, like at least an hour longer, give or take. I am very insecure about shorts alone because one day during like a marching band practice, someone commented about how skinny my legs are, and I'm like, I can't do anything about that. I have tried eating food to at least get some meat on my bones. I am just stuck with the body of a twig. And like I also just get very cold, so I kind of have to wear pants if I want to survive. I'm just very insecure about my body, like, and it's weird because like I'm insecure about it, but then people keep trying to like reassure me that if anything I have it good, but it's like, no, I don't like that. Because like one day I was stretching and the hoodie I was wearing or whatever was like slightly smaller than it should have been. So when I went to stretch, you know, it lifts up with me. So then a few people saw like my waist and everything, and they're like, wow, you're like very slim or what, like giving me compliments. I'm like, no. So I was insecure for like 30 minutes because I'm like, oh no, I've been exposed. It was literally just my waist, and it was 2 people complimenting me on it and saying they wish that they could have a waist like mine. And I'm like, no, take it then. I don't know. I am not used to receiving compliments, okay? So whenever someone compliments me, I'm like, haha, you're kidding, right? Like, where's the camera? It's a prank show. Oh my gosh. Where's the camera? Is this a prank show? Oh. Oh. I'll use a netball on this one. Alright. You need to go to bed kind of early so you can wake up at 8 a.m., but you need to watch stream. Don't worry about it. You're not going to miss anything. At most, you'll miss conversations, but, like, I doubt they'll be interesting at this point. And, I mean, I promise you're not going to miss anything shiny-wise. You can just check in in the morning after stream has ended to see how many I ended up with. I promise nothing interesting is gonna happen other than Marill. What if I just name one Marill? Wait. Oh, that's classy. That's classy. Remember, that's classy. Unless it's Sassy Nature, then it's Sassy. Classy and Sassy was a duo I wanted to make. Because that was a thing I wanted to do at one point, was have them in, like, pairs. So, like, there was Eepy and Weepy. And then there was going to be Classy and Sassy. Eepy and Weepy have already been born. They were hatched from eggs in S.H.I.E.L.D. So Classy and Sassy are the next ones. Anyways, that's awkward. To have it be during a talk about insecurities or whatever. But yeah, you know, I'm like, alright, where's the camera? This is a prank show. Haha. You know, because I don't take compliments easily. I don't know. It's like something inside is like, no, you don't deserve compliments. So, I guess I'm just not used to actually receiving them. You're super insecure. I'm insecure about a lot of things. I'm actually like so insecure. Like, I've had friends at least say they're insecure and like don't want to be too revealed. Because like one of my friends during band camp one day, they let us, well, not us, they had to keep band camp PG. They let the guys take off their shirts, and my friend didn't want to because he just doesn't feel comfortable doing something like that in front of people. And I'm like, okay, I'm like 1,000 steps farther worse though. Like, I don't even want to see my own body. Like, I'm insecure about my body. I see myself in the mirror, I'm like, oh, that's right, I'm alive. I have this body. Darn. Maybe in the next lifetime I can be a fly or something so I don't have to think too hard. Can I just be a cat? So I can just have 9 lives? Just give me 9 lives to be a precious little kitty or something. I don't know. That sounds wrong. Oh, and then there's also, like, another thing that gives me insecurities is stuff like relationships. Like, I've had friends around me go through relationships, be in one, out of one, back in one, be in one and then get out of one, not be in one at all, or be in one, like, the whole time I've known them. So it's like, I see all that, and then I compare that to what I've been through. I'm like, well, I mean, now I kind of don't even want one. You know, because, like, my friends around me, they give words of encouragement and stuff, but then it's like, okay, but you also seem to have it so easy. Like, I have yet to see flaws with what you're going through. And then, meanwhile, I've been in technically 4. One doesn't count, and then the other also kind of doesn't count. Technically 5, because the 5th one also doesn't really count. Because the first one, which 100% doesn't count, was back in middle school. Middle school doesn't count. It does not count until you're at least in high school, honestly. It was literally just, there was this one girl that was cute, and she had a crush on me. So one day, we rode the same bus too. So one day when we were getting off the bus, she's just like, by the way, I kind of have a crush on you. And then it was just kind of like unofficial. Like, we were technically together. I don't know, it was weird. Like, we just talked in history class, and I guess we were kind of interested in each other. It lasted like 2 weeks. 2 weeks max. Literally long enough to go to a school dance or whatever, and then we're like, yeah, this isn't working. This wouldn't work to begin with. We're just stupid kids. And then the next one was in my sophomore year of high school. And I'm not going to say too much about this, but it ended. Not much happened. If anything, I want to forget it. Because it wasn't really the best looking back on it. It really took a toll on my mental health. And honestly, I was kind of wanting it to be over, but didn't have like the courage or whatever to make sure that happened. But it ended. I'm free now. And that one also doesn't really count because, like, it wasn't ever really anything to begin with because apparently she didn't even have feelings for me. She just used me, which she definitely did. She just used me. And then third one was actually decent. And it started because one of my friends, he asked me, like, over summer, going into junior year. Yeah, it was going in junior year. My friend, he asked if I knew another one of his friends. I'm like, no, not off the top of my head. But then eventually things kept going, and we realized, well, I guess it kind of became clear that apparently this friend of his had a crush on me, kind of. And so he wanted to see if anything would happen out of that. It did for like 4 or 5 months. And then it kind of ended because it just wasn't really something that could keep going. But it was like a good experience still. Like, I was honestly, I'm fine if I never even experience a relationship again. I'm content. And then the next one started because literally this one girl heard me talking about Beatles with a friend. And then one day before she went on the bus, she like wrote a note. And then as she was going to her bus, she's like, hey, I think you're really cool, by the way. Drops the note at me. Almost actually threw it at my face. Gets on the bus. And it had like a way of contact her and everything. So we started yapping. Things happened. But then she was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling it. During the school year, you can't watch stream unless they're during the day because you have to go to bed kind of early. That's fair. I'm thinking about changing up content. I'll do polls on this to see what people prefer. Because it also depends on when I'm able to do stuff. But I'd like to be able to do streams when people are able to watch. And I also want to be able to do content that people would want to watch. I do have Riz. There's the 5th one that doesn't really count. Basically, just senior year, there was kind of something. It wasn't ever gonna really be anything anyways. So me and this one girl became friends, and we were like, perhaps. Thought about it, and we were like, maybe. But I think in the end we're just like, no. Probably won't work that well. Which is fair, because I think us choosing to just stay friends is probably the better thing. Because it's like, I'm almost afraid that if we were to have been like, yeah, why not? Let's make this an actual relationship. It wouldn't have lasted long. And then we would have been like, yeah, it's weird if we continue talking. So we just would have went our separate ways. And it's like, it's so weird to think like that. Never had a single girl like you ever? That sucks. Hopefully someday you can have that happen. I'm almost halfway. 2 more and I'll be halfway to the full box. Once in like 2nd grade, you had a crush on this girl, but you never had the courage to ask her out, so you eventually just gave up. That sucks. There was one time in high school, there was this girl that I liked and everything. But then, of course, a lot of things happen too early sometimes. Too early for our own good. So then I got rejected because she's lesbian. And it's like, dang it. That's what I'm saying. Who puts tomatoes on a sandwich? Like, think about it. Think about it, okay? This is bread and tomato with a few pinches of salt, okay? Who eats this? Who is eating this? No one in their right mind consumes this, I hope. Basically, pizza. Where's the cheese? It's under the sauce. There's not enough cheese. It's under the sauce. I'm Italian. This is her. It's from Chicago. That's not enough cheese. It's under the sauce. I love that. It's under the sauce. I also like deep dish pizzas. Oh. Deep dish pizza! Oh. Hold on, can I just leave that tab open forever so I don't have to keep editing it? You're gonna go night-night? Alright, I'll see you later. You put lettuce, ham, cheese, pickles, and mayo on a sandwich. Okay. Typically, if I have the option, I put chicken on sandwiches. I just prefer chicken. Like, I'll have a ham sandwich every now and then, but I prefer chicken as my meat of choice. Cheese, I usually do pepper jack if I have the opportunity. If not, like provolone or mozzarella. Basically, just whatever I have in stock. Okay, deep dish. There was one time where I went through this phase of... You're kidding me. We're halfway there. Oh my god. I'm just naming this one Sassy so I can have duo. I don't know if it's gonna be Sassy. We can check. Oh, it's serious. That would have been funny if I, like, manifested that. Can we go for 3? Anyways, as I was saying, there was a phase I went through at one point where, like, the only sandwich I would eat was what I was calling a pizza sandwich. So, it was like a hot dog bun. Like, not exactly a hot dog bun, but, like, sandwich bread, kind of like a hot dog bun in a way. If that... You're kidding. You're f***ing kidding me. There we go. The luck's turning around. Pizza sandwich. Can I finish my sentence? I want to talk about my pizza sandwich. I don't know if I can name it. Pizza sandwich. Can I finish my story? Can I talk about the pizza sandwich? Okay, thank you. So, it was basically like a hot dog bun, but not quite. It was like sandwich bread, okay? I don't know what they're called. But anyways, it would be that. And then I'd put like cheese on the inside, usually mozzarella or something. And I'd like wrap that around kind of like a taco or whatever on the inside. Then I'd layer in some pepperonis. Then I'd typically sprinkle on a bit more of like shredded mozzarella or whatever. Okay, and then I'd put that in the oven or air fryer depending on what I was in the mood for. Not oven. Microwave or air fryer. Microwave if I wanted it to be more chewy, but air fryer if I wanted it to be crispier. And basically, okay, I can slow down talking now. I think I'm safe. What color is shiny Ampharos? It is pink. Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. Fortunately, I have one. Anyways. They were really good. I liked it. It was like a pizza, but in like sandwich form. But I ate it so much. I ate it so much that I got sick of it. And now I can't enjoy pizza. Like, seriously, the thought of eating it. Like, the thought of eating it just got me so sick. I can't eat that anymore, unfortunately. It was good, but I don't think I can bring myself to stomach it. But that does also remind me of another thing I used to eat a lot that's pizza related. So, I originally had this because my grandma made it for me. Because I wanted pizza one day, but she didn't necessarily feel like making a whole pizza because I guess she was already planning something else for dinner. So what she did was she took like a tortilla. She laid it out flat. She took like spaghetti sauce because it's all basically the same thing. Tomato sauce, I guess, technically is what it is. And she spread it out over that tortilla shell. She sprinkled some cheese. And then she'd like cut up some pepperoni to put on it. And then sometimes a bit of sausage. And then she'd put it in the oven. And I just call it mini pizza now. That's what it's known as. We call it mini pizza. Because it's like a small pizza. And it's not quite a pizza, but it's kind of like pizza. And it's actually pretty good. Like, that's the one thing I need to learn how to make for my own someday. Because I absolutely love them. And if I could make them whenever I wanted, I would be so happy. I love how many random conversations have happened during the Marill shinies. And then that one where it was like 3 in a row. That's going to be funny because the video, when I put all the reactions together, it's literally just going to be like 1, 2, 3, all in one clip. I'm not even going to edit it. I'm just going to be like, here you go. The 3-in-1 clip. Have I tried chicken fries? Like at Burger King? Is that what you mean? I haven't had Burger King in a long time. So if it's like the Burger King things, then just made an avocado sandwich. Nice. And Pokemon. Sweet. I mean, either way, that would have been cool. A store in your area has them. Oh. I've never tried chicken fries. The only thing I've ever seen chicken fries was Burger King. But I haven't been to Burger King in a while. I don't know, like, it got to a point, at least for me, where it was like, Burger King was only really cool as a kid, because you didn't really care too much, as long as the food tasted like food. But then it got to a point where it was like, yeah, Burger King is fine if I have no other options, but like, if I'm willingly getting to choose where I'm going, I'm probably picking somewhere like McDonald's or something, honestly. And like, no hate towards Burger King. Like, I definitely have nostalgia for like their nuggets and the, what was it, like, it was either Coke or, I think it was Coke. The, not Frosty, what is it? Icy or whatever? It was like a slushy form of Coke or whatever that they would have. I remember I'd get that and then some chicken nuggets or whatever they call them. It was like my favorite thing to get. I miss it. I do have a bunch of gift cards for like a bunch of different fast food places. So I might actually, one of them is Burger King, so I might actually use it to get Burger King. Big Mac, I've never tried a Big Mac because I'm not really a fan of burgers. I've wanted to try McDonald's burgers for a while now. So maybe next time I go I will get one, but I don't know. I'm weird. I'm weird with food. Like, typically I only have one thing I willingly want to eat, and it's pretty much always going to be chicken. So like, whenever I'm at McDonald's, I'm either getting the chicken nuggets or some other chicken related food, because that's just kind of how I am. I like chicken, and I'm like, can't go wrong with chicken. So I get chicken. Sometimes I mix it up, but I know I'm getting chicken. It's like my go-to. If somewhere has chicken on the menu, I'm like, give me the chicken. Now. Oh, Space Dumpster. I know that guy. I know that guy in real life. I hope he's playing his copy of Tears of the Kingdom. Oh my gosh. I need to figure out where he currently is so I can go get my copy back. Okay, context. This happened forever ago. So, one of the Badge Quest streams where I started hunting for Houndour, whatever the base form is. I started hunting for it. It was an early day stream, but I started hunting for it, didn't get it. But basically, right after that stream ended, Space Dumpster, as just seen, who I know in real life, came over to return something of mine, and he also asked if he could borrow my copy of Tears of the Kingdom, because he was going to somewhere. I don't actually know where he was going to, but he was going on a trip, and he didn't have his copy back, so he asked if he could borrow mine. I think he has his copy back and is able to give me mine back. I just do not have any way to go get my copy back from him. So in like some weird off chance that he's playing that while listening to this, please hit me up in the Instagram DMs, bud. Let me know when I can get my game back. Let me know like the house address or something. I'll have to bike because I don't have a car right now, but I will make it, I promise. Just break and enter. Can I use that in court? Like, Your Honor, I was simply retrieving my own property. I don't think that works. I think it's still stealing. But you get the idea, right? Like, it's at least somewhat justifiable because it was at least for a good cause. It wasn't right, but it was for a good cause. So, like, yes, I robbed the bank, but it was for charity, Your Honor. You don't understand. The money was for the kids. Think of the kids. The ones dying from mysterious unknown illnesses. The ones that have cancer. Please, Your Honor. Please. Do it for the kids. Speaking of doing stuff for kids, at some point I would like to, if I can... We're pausing that thought. That's a shiny Marill. I'll try friend ball again. Name it kids. Okay. Name it Captain Kid. Captain Kid. Safari ball. Just like the Safari Zone. One shake. We got it! Shiny Marill. It stayed. It didn't flee. Just like the Safari Zone. I want to try that at some point. Like, some dumb idea of mine is to do a Safari Zone-like thing where, like, every time I find a shiny, I have, like, a wheel or whatever, and there's, like, a 1 in whatever chance that it flees. So every turn I have to roll, and if it doesn't flee, then I get to throw another ball. But if it flees, that means I have to run. That doesn't really work in this game because, you know, running doesn't do anything. They stay there. I don't know why I forgot what I was going to name it already. Captain Kid. Okay, so, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, is at some point, of course, this will require the channel to have grown a fair amount and have some sort of following or whatever. Because I couldn't do it right now, it would be unreliable. But, like, I feel like it would be cool at least once to do some kind of charity-related stream or whatever. You know what I mean? Of course, I'd have to do research before doing it, because I wouldn't want to, like, try to do it with somewhere that's, like, really just a scam, trying to make money off of, like, baiting people into feeling bad. Like, I'd have to make sure I'm gonna find something that I'd actually think is worth supporting and isn't gonna just scam everyone. But it'd be cool to, like, have that be a thing where, like, all donations and everything go towards the charity. Of course, it would be a long time before something like that could realistically happen, but, you know, I'm not against it. Definitely at some point, I'd like to see about doing that. And heck, maybe something I could do during that is, like, have some kind of incentive or whatever, or, like, a raffle or something. And, like, part of it is some kind of... Of course, this all depends on how much I'm able to actually do myself anyways. Because, you know, I can't be trying to promote all this and then not actually be able to support it all. So it would take a lot of planning and stuff. The Let's Go method. When you say Let's Go, do you mean, like, Let's Go Pikachu Eevee, or do you mean, like, the auto battles in this game? Because if you're talking about knocking out in the Outbreak, then yes, I did auto battles. Because that's also why I'm leading the party with my Meowscarada, because it was super effective. Air quotes, it doesn't much matter, I'm higher level anyways. But that, and also it was fast, so I just went up to the Outbreak and I let it go. It knocked out a fair amount pretty quickly because of how quick it moves. It's just quicker in general because auto battles you don't have to spend as long actually battling. But regular battles do have their purpose. Like, if... I don't know, it's a really specific situation, like during playthroughs of the game or something, where, like, you're more consistent at beating them or whatever, but typically it's more worth it to just auto battle. And I'm not quite sure how these work even, so I don't know how many Marills on my screen are actually boosted by the Outbreak. So I don't know if, like, because I have the outbreak going, all Marill in this area are boosted, or if it's only within a certain radius. I don't know. But it doesn't much matter, because I've already found, like, 17 shinies today. Non-chancies and blissies, you unfortunately destroy these two daily basis for experience. Yeah. I will say, if you are actually hunting for Chansey and Blissey, then yeah, it's definitely worth it more to just battle. Because you get the experience, it's worth it. Unless you already have everything at the max level or whatever, then it's like, whatever. See, the auto battle for experience gain works fine if it's like just casually roaming around, progressing through the story. But I can't really see it be worth doing as like an actual level grinding method, because sure, it's quicker, but you get less experience. So like, how does that level out? You know, like, does it work out to where the time you save, like the time you save by just auto battling, you end up losing by not getting as much experience? Or is it completely equal? Or no, that's not what I was thinking. So like, does it work out to where like no matter what you do, it takes about the same amount of time to get the same amount of experience? Because while you lose time on gaining less experience, you gain it by going faster? Or does it just end up working out to where even though you get less, you go fast enough to where it actually ends up giving you more anyways? Or is it the opposite? You lose time and it's just a convenience thing. Because it does also have the convenience of not requiring PP to do. As long as your Pokemon is good, it'll knock them out. If you have normal encounter power at the Fairy Crew base, the only thing that's... Yeah, I did that on the last stream I did for the Violet Badge quest, which wasn't even shiny related. Because I had already found the last shiny prior to the stream. It was literally just me level grinding and taking on the rest of the story for the main game. I literally just put up a few sandwiches and just did battles until everything was about level 60. Because at that point, everything that was actually going to even see battle was high enough level to actually do battle. There were a few Pokemon that I was like, yeah, you're not going to be used in battle much. And if you are, you're going to be used just so I can let you die while I heal anyway. So it's like, I didn't care too much. Although I did regret one choice. Because the way I split it up, with the badge quest giving 18 shinies, is each of the 3 stories I picked 6 Pokemon. And I had to try to keep it balanced so I didn't just use all my overpowered stuff for one storyline and then be left with weak stuff to try to get through the rest. But I used a Pokemon in one storyline and didn't even need it much. And then as soon as I went to the last one, I'm like, yeah, I would have rather had it here. I did have one moment during the badge quest where I was like thinking what I wanted to hunt next or whatever, and someone was like, Luxray isn't that good of a battler, you should consider getting something else. And I was just trying to think. I didn't end up saying anything because I didn't want to say anything and have it sound like rude or anything. But I was like trying to think in my head, what is the least rude sounding way I could possibly word my statement of, one, I don't have control over it because it's a shiny hunt. I don't get to pick what ends up being shiny. But then two, it's an in-game team for an in-game playthrough. It doesn't need to be the best battler. It's not like I'm taking on Wolfie VGC every gym. Like, I promise it will do the trick. Like, it was level 76 by the time I finished the game. It was my second highest level Pokemon, right behind my level 77 Meowscarada. Like, I promise it works just fine. It's a playthrough. Luxray did kind of get screwed, though, with how it ends up working, because it's a physical attacker, but it only really gets 2 actually worth considering physical electric moves. And the one that does a lot of damage also does recoil. So it's kind of cursed to be a physical attacker with moves that aren't that great in a type that's mostly special. Not to say physical electrics don't exist. They just don't exist for Luxray. But it has it better by being introduced in the same generation as the physical special split. Because I can imagine how annoying that must be to be like, I don't know, like Alakazam works so well in older games with the fact that it gets like Thunder, Fire, and Ice Punch, because either all of them were or most of those were special attacking types. So even though they're punch moves, it got to use them as a special move. But now it doesn't get those as good moves because they're physical. Do I have Shiny Charm? Yes, I do. I have Shiny Charm. I have the Sparkling Power 3 Sandwich boost. And technically, for some of these, they're also Outbreak boosted. So I don't know how the odds on that work. I heard at one point it was 1 in 512 if you do all of these things. Which makes sense, honestly. But of course that means all of these are spawning at the same odds as if you did Masuda with Charm. You're back. Welcome back. And also, I don't know your situation, but I personally, I'm playing on a Switch 2. So the Switch 2 update does also let more Pokemon spawn in general. I think it's at least double what the Switch 1 spawns. I don't know exactly the spawn caps for both. But I'm seeing more Pokemon too, so I'm also having way more chances at spawning a shiny. So it's like a secret third boost to shiny Pokemon spawning. Like, it's not crazy. It's not like the Switch 2 version just boosts the default shiny odds. But, you know, you see enough Pokemon now to where it's, like, insanely fast. Like, I think this bunch of Marill alone probably would cap out the Switch 1. And then they're still spawning back here. Some of these are evil. Like, with how the lower res model loads and with the grass they're standing in, they kind of look shiny. But then as soon as I get close enough, they're like, haha, not really. I'm getting my revenge for the badge quest. There's a floating Ampharos on your screen. Wow. Okay, when you say you're on your regular Switch, do you mean that as in you have a Switch 2? Or does that just mean you're on a regular Switch right now because you don't have the Switch 2? And if you don't have a Switch 2, are you interested in getting one at some point? Because that's another thing I've been wondering. Like, of the people who don't have Switch 2s, you know, do they not have one by choice because they don't want one? Or is it kind of by force because they can't get one? Because I've seen both. I've seen people like, I wish I had a Switch 2, but it's too expensive or never in stock. Then I see other people like, no, I refuse to support Nintendo. I'm not buying a Switch 2. You're broke. 12 regular Switches? Are you being like for real? Do you actually have 12 regular Switches? Or is that an exaggeration? Because if you have 12 regular Switches, I have some questions about that. Like, genuine questions. Not many, but I do have genuine questions. Oh, the sandwich is over. Boo. Oh, you just meant to... Okay. Okay. I don't know. I have the Switch 2 as like my main for everything. I have my Switch OLED as like my secondary that I'll sometimes use for like sword and shield hunts if I'm double hunting. I have a Switch Lite that used to be my secondary, but I don't use it anymore. So I'm kind of just keeping it as a backup in case something were to happen. So I can pull it out at a moment's notice. Because what I want to do at some point is get 2 more Switches. Probably just regular ones. Although maybe I'd consider, if I can get the money and find a way to do it, another Switch 2. So I can... I mean, I don't need another Switch 2. Because the only game that's worth playing on it right now is Scarlet Violet. And you can only really do that on one Switch anyways. So probably just a few Switch ones. Because I want to be able to do like 4 Switch hunts at some point. For like Sword and Shield. Why did I forget what I was going to say? Yeah. So I'm not sure how I want to do that. I don't know if I want to get like brand new Switch ones, or if I want to try to get like refurbished or used or something in decent condition. Like, as long as the system works and it isn't going to overheat on me because it was abused by some 12-year-old before it ended up in my hands. I mean, for that reason, I feel like new is probably smarter just to ensure I know what it's been through. But also, I have like no room to set something like that up because Switch 2 right now is on my desk. My OLED is in like a drawer or whatever. I could technically fit 3 more Switches in this area with the dock and all, but it's going to take a lot of work and cable management, and my room is already a fire hazard. So I probably would have to wait until I'm in a better situation. Oh. Well. Okay. How long have I been going? 5 hours? Yeah, that's about right. How many shinies did I end up getting? I got 17, is that correct? Final check. That looks about right on 3 times 6 is 18 minus 1. Yep, 17. Alright. Technically, this is where I end. Because I've done my 5 hours. I'll do one last check, make sure nothing had a mark that I missed. So remember, wheel is the first. Oh, Captain Kidd is marked. Uncommon. Captain Kidd had a mark. Alright. Alright. I think that's going to do it for tonight. I appreciate everyone for being here. We had a successful Marill adventure. I'll probably be live Wednesday next. I will probably also be putting out a poll soon just to see what people think for content, how it should be going forward with like school years and stuff starting soon. Because I want to try to hit a time that works for everyone. But yeah, I'll probably be putting that out soon. I'm still working on the Violet Badge Quest movie. That will be out hopefully before September. That gives me like a month to finish it. And the video for this will probably honestly be out by like the end of the week. Because I'm fast with making stuff like this. Yeah, I appreciate it. And everyone who's been here, thank you for showing up. I'll be live next time doing something. I don't know what. Alright. I'm bad at ending, so I usually just yap until clicking stop streaming cuts me off. So, like, I don't know how much longer